Hello, this is the Parliament channel, and it is day 5, the final day of the Standing Finance Committee. The final 8 heads of expenditure for the national accounts of 2024-2025 will be examined. There's been a slight change in the order of examination as suggested by the Leader of the Opposition. So we will be starting with the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, followed by the Office of the President. So we have those figures for you. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs has been allocated $262,982,700, and that is an increase of $6,282,700 over the 2024 figure. Next will be the Office of the President with an allocation for 2025 of $19,358,900. That is a decrease of $4,512,570. We revert to the original schedule, going to the Ministry of Planning and Development with an allocation of $344,733,000. That is a decrease of $14,046,000. The Ministry of Education will be next with an allocation for 2025 of $5,542,586,000, and that is a decrease of $602,849,000. The Ministry of Trade and Industry will be next with an allocation of $241,779,300. That's a decrease of $31.3 million. The Ministry of Digital Transformation will be next with an allocation of $251,797,500. That's a decrease of $27.8 million. The Environmental Commission will be next with an allocation of $8,529,820. That's an increase of $2,814,000. And rounding off the 41 heads of expenditure will be the Office of the Parliament with an allocation for 2025 of $147,328,100. That's a decrease of $14,304,500. So we have had over the 5 days, we would have had expenditure. We would have been looking at expenditure of $49,097,035,525 for 2025. Now, over the 5 days, so over day 1, we would have had expenditure examined of over $17.7 billion. Day 2 would have been $13.8 billion. Day 3, $5,496,000,000. Day 4, $5,204,000,000. And of course, today, day 5, $6,819,000. So after 5 days of examination, again, the total budgeted expenditure for 2024-2025 for Trinidad and Tobago would be $49,097,000,000. Now, when the final head of expenditure is examined, the Standing Finance Committee will be adjourned and its deliberations will be reported back to the House, the full House. The Finance Minister will move that the House accept the report of the SFC and the Appropriation Bill will be read a third time and passed. Now, once passed, the Appropriation Bill will then be taken to the Senate for debate, which is scheduled for Monday, the 21st of October, beginning at 1:30 p.m. So we do invite you to come in and view a sitting. It's a very simple process. You can come to the Red House on any day that a sitting is scheduled, whether House or Senate, and you can just let the officers on duty know that you're here to view a sitting of the House or the Senate, and they will escort you to the chambers. So we are awaiting at this time the chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, as well as the deputy chairman and other members of Parliament, ministers of government, and other members to come into the chamber so that they can begin today's deliberations of the final 8 heads of expenditure. I'll give you just a gentle reminder. Today we will be looking at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Office of the President, the Ministry of Planning and Development, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, the Environmental Commission, and the Office of the Parliament. Over the last 5 days, we have also been looking at the Tobago House of Assembly, the Central Administrative Services Tobago, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Legal Affairs, the Office of the Prime Minister, the Industrial Court, the Equal Opportunity Tribunal, the Judiciary, the Ministry of Labour, the Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Ministry of Sport and Community Development, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, the Tax Appeal Board, the Ministry of Finance, Pensions and Gratuities, the Auditor General's Department, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Public Utilities, the Ministry of Public Administration, Personnel Department, Service Commissions, the Ministry of Health, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, the Public Service Appeal Board, the Statutory Authorities Service Commission, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, and the Integrity Commission. Now, as you may have heard from some of the members, that some of the ministers especially, that if the funding is not adequate for the period listed in the expenditure documents, that there is the opportunity to come back in a mid-year review, which is usually in April or May, to look at figures, look at spending, and add figures to the allocations or decrease figures as the case may be. But that would always come during the mid-year review, so that the ministers and their permanent secretaries have an opportunity to see how the spending has been taking place and to make adjustments to suit. So again, it's just over $49 billion in expenditure expected for 2024-2025. And of course, next year will be an election year, so I'm sure that some of the ministries would have taken that into consideration in terms of their spending. So we will be giving you the final 5 heads of expenditure for 2025. And you can go to the Parliament's website if you have any concerns. You can go to the Parliament's website where you can see the appropriation bill in its entirety. You can see the debate as it is in the Hansard. The Hansards are on the website as well. So you can take a look at all of that on the Parliament's website, www.ttparliament.org. If you're on the road, you can also catch us on Parliament Radio 105.5 FM, and you can also stream the sittings and all committee meetings on our YouTube channel, ParlView. So we are awaiting the arrival of the chairman of the Standing Finance Committee, Bridget Anisette George.
The Finance Committee will resume. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, $262,982,700. I will now invite the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is charged with implementing our nation's foreign policy agenda via bilateral and multilateral engagements at headquarters and through our 20 overseas missions comprising 17 diplomatic missions, 3 consulates general, and also our 32 honorary consuls deployed around the world. The initiatives presented under this year's budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs really reflects a ministry under transformation, as did last year's allocation and details. This is evident by the institutional strengthening vote under which this ministry has been developing a new strategic plan and will conduct an organizational assessment of the relevance of the ministry's traditional structure toward meeting its mandate, present and future, as we evolve. We also engage in a digitization thrust, as well as efforts to upgrade our IT and physical infrastructure, both at headquarters in Port-of-Spain and as well at our overseas missions. And this really is aimed at transformation toward a modern, well-resourced, well-structured, highly relevant ministry directing our external affairs. Continued budgetary support will assist in this transition process and enable the ministry to be better able to engage with the world on behalf of all the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, I also want to say that it really is a pleasure in my capacity as minister to work with an excellent team and also to work with our nation's chief diplomat, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. I want to add that I have been a close witness to Prime Minister's engagement and statesmanship at multiple fora abroad as well as here in Trinidad and Tobago. But on a number of occasions, I have had the call of duty to lead delegations in lieu of Prime Minister when he stayed at home to conduct affairs of state, while as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, I had that responsibility on a number of overseas trips. For example, the 50th anniversary of independence of Grenada in February of this year, the 8th Summit of Heads of State and Government of CELAC in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. I led the delegation in lieu of Prime Minister. The 9th Summit of the Heads of Government of the ACS in Guatemala. I led the delegation in lieu of Prime Minister. The 79th regular session of the UN General Assembly and High-Level Week, when Prime Minister asked me to lead that delegation as well. So just to add some perspective, against the lens of a ministry that is fully engaged and evolving. I take this opportunity to thank the staff at headquarters and our dedicated staff overseas who continue to fly this nation's flag and promote our country's interests, its culture, our diversity, and what we offer to the world. We do so tirelessly in a complex and ever-changing environment, and I express my appreciation. I am available, Madam Chair, to take any questions the committee may pose. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $262,982,700 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $262,982,700 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 299. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, overseas missions. Member for Naparima.
I had my hand up for 001. Okay. 01?
Item 001, general administration.
Right.
That's what you had your hand up for?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
01, salaries and cost of living allowance. 17,500,000 allocated for 2025. Minister, last year you informed us that that allocation was, part of it was in respect of the positions of FSO 1 that had been advertised, and you're seeking to fill 23 positions. Could you just tell us how many of that 23, if any, were filled? And is there an intention to fill the remainder during fiscal 2025?
Madam Chair, thank you very much for the question. We are still in the process of recruiting 23 Foreign Service officers to the FSO1 position. These positions were advertised publicly in October of 2023. We are currently awaiting approval from the Service Commission's department to begin the actual shortlisting. Unfortunately, this process, the member might be somewhat familiar, has been a bit protracted, but the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs is very eager to move forward because these positions are sorely needed. So we continue to press and advocate with Service Commission and do our part toward the filling of these positions. We are confident that such will be achieved during this fiscal.
Could the Minister then give us an idea of the establishment, how many vacancies exist, how many, what is the establishment and how many vacancies exist?
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may, the total number of positions on the establishment is 299. There are 216 positions with incumbents and 73 positions without incumbents.
Could I go to
Yes,
another item? Item 28, remuneration of cabinet appointed representatives of Trinidad and Tobago. There's no expenditure in 23, 24, but there's 50,000 allocated in 25. Could the Minister just indicate how that will be spent?
Well, Madam Chair, we're very pleased that the Ministry of Finance and the Budget Division has made a small provision here. We have not utilized this particular line item in recent years, but should the Cabinet see the need during this fiscal to appoint any special representatives, for example, specially assigned ambassadors. There was the phenomenon in years past of sport ambassadors or another category. We would have the opportunity to utilize this small allocation in support of same.
Item 002, overseas missions. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, overseas missions. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, overseas mission. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 007, where are you?
003.
United, so let's try to keep together, right?
Yes. Where are
Item 003, United Nations organizations.
Yes.
At page 303.
Right. Yes. Item 08, International Criminal Court. Could the Minister indicate what is the annual a fee that the country has to pay in respect of the International Criminal Court. I'm seeing 729 in actual, 730 estimates 24. It went up to 1.0 million in the revised estimate, but actually 730 was spent. Is it consistently 730? And if so, why the increase in revised estimate in 2024?
Madam Chair, let me see if I can assist the member who has posed the question. First of all, these allocations are in TT dollars, and our contributions would be in the relevant foreign currency, in this case, US dollars. So where the US dollar may fluctuate, we are going to see some variation. What I can say is that for fiscal 2024, we would have paid for the program budget $1,058,731. And so the rate of exchange and its fluctuation with respect to the US dollar itself would have resulted in, I suspect, some of the observations being made by the member. We are confident, again, thanking the Budget Division and the Ministry of Finance, that this allocation provided should be sufficient for fiscal 2025. As the member and this entire Parliament, this committee should know, Trinidad and Tobago is a very strong supporter of the International Criminal Court, and not just supporter, defender of the mandate of the International Criminal Court, and that remains intact at this time.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Consolidated Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 134. A, administrative services. Member for Naparima.
005, institutional strengthening and capacity building. And is this, I suspect this has to do with the strategic plan. If that is so, could the minister provide a status of that, the strategic plan?
Madam Chair, if I may, the committee member suspects correctly. The development of the strategic plan falls under this particular line item, as well as the conduct of an organizational assessment of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. A consultant has already submitted a draft strategic plan for the period 2025 to 2028. That is under internal review at the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs at this time. This exercise is a priority for the ministry because we are looking to the future to ensure that our foreign policy implementation instruments and the arrangement of our staff and systems are best able to engage and represent Trinidad and Tobago to best effect. There are some next steps for this 2025 fiscal year, which would be to obtain comments from the distinguished Ministry of Planning and Development and, of course, Office of the Prime Minister, Cabinet approval, and further consideration. With respect to the conduct of an organizational assessment, there will be another consultancy engaged to conduct that organizational assessment with the objective of institutional strengthening, improving detailed work processes, and reviewing the actual organizational structure to position the ministry effectively. So we have terms of reference already developed with input from outside of the ministry. A tender is expected to commence during this fiscal year, and the project is anticipated to be completed during fiscal 2025. But any additional details are sought, they are available to be provided.
F. Just 1 minute. Member for Vancouver South.
To 029 development of a national consular policy. We see that it is classified as a new project. Could you provide some details on whether this 200,000 allocation will be sufficient to achieve such?
Well, I'll start with the end, Madam Chair. We will make best use of this particular allocation. We found the Ministry of Finance to be very understanding and flexible in working with us should there be any challenge during the fiscal year. In addition, as other ministries, we have the facility of environment where there is some urgent need. This particular national consular policy is deemed very important to the ministry. The members and MP would be aware that from time to time there would be engagement with the ministry with respect to providing support to nationals overseas who might have a challenge or need support from the ministry. Sometimes there are emergency circumstances, nationals overseas who would lose documents, who would require medical assistance, students in particular countries who may have an experience that would require the intervention of the ministry. So all of that falls under our consular engagement. And what I found is sometimes the bureaucracy gets in the way of the achievement of success in the particular case. The review and development of a policy is aimed to modernize and to allow the experience of our nationals to be as efficient and positive and fruitful as possible. So again, this is leaning toward the future, and particularly for nationals who are abroad on official purposes, working on behalf of the government, or even on leisure or vacation. We had a couple years ago some retired permanent secretaries, and one, very unfortunately, was a victim of a horrible assault in a foreign capital, physical assault and robbery. Again, the ministry was called upon to assist, and with a proper consular policy, which will guide our staff as well as our honorary consuls, we believe we would be even better placed to provide the necessary support in those circumstances.
Minister, just as a follow-up on this, will this also entail, for example, as you said, rendering assistance and the bureaucracy? Will this also entail the repatriation of deceased
of remains
and so on? Because this is quite a bureaucratic issue, and it has caused tremendous pain and suffering emotionally to families when they try to get deceased bodies repatriated. You know, I've reached out to you from time to time and other ministers to render assistance.
Yes, Madam Chair, I understand the way in which the question was couched, but I thought the member would also add that the staff and I dare add the minister have always been forward-leaning in seeking to render timely assistance within the systems that we have at present. The answer to the question is yes. I have to tell you, I am not satisfied with the system as it stands, but as the member would be aware, having received communication from the ministry, there are elements that fall outside of the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. In fact, the approvals fall outside of this ministry with some of our colleague ministries in the form of health and national security. Again, a modern national consular policy should also assist in such regard. So it's not an area of complete satisfaction, and it is my hope as minister that even in that aspect, with respect to repatriation of remains, we can be even more efficient. Of course, there are some hard boundaries. there are serious health implications with respect to importing human remains into any country. But still, there is room for greater efficiency, and a review of what exists now, development of a modern policy will help.
Member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Member for Naparima.
066, establishment of an embassy in Doha.
No, just now, we're still under A.
Okay.
We're still under A.
Sorry.
Member for Couva South, we're still under A. You have another question? Okay, so we can move on now. F, public buildings. Member for Naparima.
Thank you. 066, establishment of an embassy in Doha. And we have been hearing about this for some time now. Could the minister just indicate why no funds were expended for this project in fiscal 2024?
Well, I'm just verifying that observation that no funds were expended. What I can say is that we sent an advance team to Qatar to do some important initial groundwork for the information and advice of Cabinet and further consideration under this particular project. That team did go. They did conduct their work. They did engage with key stakeholders, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. And we are still awaiting some additional inputs with respect to finalizing our overall proposal or package as to what it would take in the details for the establishment of this particular embassy. So it remains a work in progress. There was expenditure in November 2023, which does fall under the fiscal year, the immediate past fiscal year, which would have been in support of that advanced team doing the site visit in Qatar. This is the normal procedure, Madam Chair, and is part of the build-up to the actual decision to open an embassy in any foreign capital.
As a follow-up?
Before Naparima, you have another question?
Yes, follow-up. Is the minister in a, I know plans are underway, but is the minister in a position to indicate the proposed staffing of that embassy? And the follow-up question to that would be, how does he propose to fill vacancies at this and other missions, given the vacancies in the cadre of diplomatic officers in the ministry, both permanent and contract?
In terms of this mission, because this is what we under 06.
In respect of this mission, how
Yes.
how does he propose to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, we don't have those granular details as yet. I mean, a mission is a mission. The fact is the Middle East is an area of intense attention and great opportunity and prospects for Trinidad and Tobago. The member and the committee would be aware that Trinidad and Tobago is very well engaged with a number of international partners, including those in that region. I have to say that we are being courted by a number of the larger countries, the more powerful countries, and it is a sign of, the prestige of Trinidad and Tobago out there. As it stands, though, the Cabinet's decision and the undertaking to engage in this exploration for Doha, Qatar, remains in place. We have sent the team, they've harvested some information. Additional information is being awaited from stakeholders on the ground in Qatar when we are putting together our package. We don't have because the product of that work will be those details. How many staff are required, location of the embassy, where would they live, all of those types of details are being furnished and mobilized, and the Cabinet will have further opportunity to intervene before any posting is undertaken. I hope I've given some way by answer to the question.
I'll take this opportunity to invite the member for Couva South.
Minister, 075 upgrade works at overseas mission. $10 million will be spent. Could you provide some specific details, where and how much and so on?
Could I have the question repeated, please? In
You are spending,
as clear a fashion as possible.
as you are spending, you are projected to spend $10 million in terms of upgrade works at overseas missions, specifically where and how much in each jurisdiction and so on?
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I do have some details that I could share. So, with respect to fiscal 2024, bear in mind this is an ongoing project. So we have done considerable work. And I've been very pleased with the progress made under this particular project. We still have more to do, which is why we have a further allocation for 2025. We've done work in Abuja, in Jamaica with the installation of an elevator. I don't need to tell this committee why that is important in our circumstances. In Abuja, with a standby generator having been purchased under this project. Not every country has as reliable an electricity supply as the blessed nation of Trinidad and Tobago. That was deemed essential by our team there. In Toronto, removal and installation of a new heat exchanger gasket and other works. So with respect to fiscal 2025, we do have scope of works for how we intend to use this. I don't know if the minister wants all of the exquisite detail, but with respect to the UN in New York, the member, that is a horrific misspeak. Roof replacement including, no, I disagree with you. Your mic is on or off. Roof replacement including roof framing members for the official residence in New York for a permanent representative to the United Nations, ceiling and guttering replacement, repairs to superficial cracks and repainting, replacement of boiler, replacement of air conditioning, floor reinforcement. Again, it's really extensive work to be undertaken on a phased basis and with a focus on frugality. With respect to the official residence in Washington, D.C., replacement of roof covering material, replacement of roof framing members, ceiling and guttering, repair of a number of structural cracks, repair of water leakage in a particular room, a number of light fixtures and down pipes to be repaired, and repainting of the building, and some external works to the patio. Again, these are some of our flagship buildings, and nations place some importance on the facade and integrity of properties that we own overseas. Trinidad and Tobago is no exception. And our nationals do have to engage in these particular facilities and do feel a sense of pride when once we are able to properly upgrade and maintain. The ministry is focused on doing exactly that. We're also doing some work at the Chancery in Washington, D.C., replacement of elevator, roof repairs, emergency staircase, removal of asbestos. We continue to engage with that across all of our overseas missions, and we've had questions here in the past. That continues. Installation of a CCTV system, air condition upgrade, boiler upgrade. These are just some examples. In Jamaica, the Chancery, replacement and upgrade of elevator and standby generator. Chancery in Toronto, extensive replacement of carpets, roof repairs, repainting, repairing of damaged walls and cracks, removal and replacement of ceiling tiles, electrical upgrade, plumbing upgrade, and at the official residence, quite similar, full upgrade to the kitchen, electrical, HVAC system, including some landscaping work that needs to be done, interior and exterior painting, removal and replacement of walkway paver. A lot of work, Madam Chair, under this, and again, the ministry is operating frugally and as efficiently as possible to support the needs of our staff and nationals.
Item 072, establishment is here of an embassy, it should be High Commission in Barbados. Could the minister just indicate to us, is that a project still ongoing, or is it, no longer on the, given that no allocation has been made?
Yes, well, this project is currently receiving some further attention and consideration, which is why we have not received any allocation at this time. There are a number of considerations. Again, this ministry would not be the final determinant. These are matters usually that the cabinet and the office of the prime minister would have a key hand in. But there are some options. There's the prospect of an honorary consul or different level of representation in Barbados. It's not far off geographically, or even with respect to our air and other contacts, but it is a critical and very important partner. So there are a number of considerations being weighed, and of course there's cost associated with opening another mission within our immediate neighborhood. All of that is being evaluated and assessed, and at the appropriate time, the relevant decisions would be made. The responsible decisions will be made.
Item 00, we go on now to Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. We are at page 229. F, Public Buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $262,982,700 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $262,982,700 for Head 65, Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Minister. I thank you, Pierce, and the other members of the Foreign and CARICOM Affairs Ministry. Head 01, President. Head 01, President, $19,358,900. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. According to Section 22 of the Constitution, the President is the head of state and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. The Office of the President performs many functions, including dealing with appointments to a number of commissions and also the creation of instruments of appointment to a number of statutory authorities, and in addition dealing with a number of matters associated with the Parliament, by way of example, the appointment of a prime minister after a general election. I think I will stop there.
Honorable members, The question is that the sum of $19,358,900 for head 01, President, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $19,358,900 for head 01, President, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration, we're at page 2. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Item 002, Tobago services. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of development program, consolidated fund, item 004, social infrastructure, A, administrative services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $19,358,900 for head 01, President, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $19,358,900 for head 01, President, now stands part of the schedule. I thank the Secretary to the President. I thank the Minister of Finance. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, $344,733,000. I will now invite the Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Standing Finance Committee. The consideration of the budgetary allocation of the Ministry of Planning and Development for fiscal year 2024 is an important undertaking. We lead and drive policies, plans, programs contributing to social, economic, and environmental progress in Trinidad and Tobago. We also deliver essential services in spatial planning and national statistical data, manage the public sector investment program, and also diligently enact our responsibility for the development of an innovation ecosystem to further the diversification and growth of the national economy. The Ministry of Planning and Development remit includes enhancing the work of the Chaguaramas Development Authority, the Environmental Management Authority, the Institute of Marine Affairs, the Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, the National Trust of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Basel Convention Regional Center for Trinidad and Tobago Technology Transfer for the Caribbean. All these functions, as well as our collaboration with other ministries, departments, and agencies in the national public sector, have been made to align with the targets of Trinidad and Tobago's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, which incorporates the 17 Global Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and seamlessly integrates Trinidad and Tobago's regional and international commitments and partnership. I wish to congratulate the Environmental Management Authority acquisition of ISO 9001 certification awarded in April 2023 This was an immense achievement which commenced in 2018 with the capacity building project Champions and management in key aspects of designing and developing a quality management system. The EMA also continues to execute the recyclable solid waste collection project iCare, which has enabled the recycling culture in Trinidad and Tobago. The EMA also continues the establishment of an ambient air quality monitoring program. Currently, there are 9 stations, with 6 currently established in Port of Spain, Point Lisa, Sarima, Tompe, San Fernando, and Mayaro, with 1 established in Tobago at Signal Hill, and 2 more in the process of completion at Claxton Bay and Kings Bay. As it relates to the Institute of Marine Affairs, it is a multidisciplinary research and planning organization surveying the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the wider Caribbean. The IMA has been interactive, undertaking the construction of marine field stations, of a marine field station and an interpretive center at Pigeon Point Heritage Park, Tobago, which as a hub for marine research and education, promoting active participation in marine conservation efforts and expanding the tourism product from recreation to learning. With the assistance of corporate sponsorship, the IMA has helped to develop a marine space remote sensing for early warning and detection of oil spills, sargassum influx, algal blooms, and other environmental hazards to allow for timely responses and interventions to minimize devastating environmental impacts. Through the Green Fund, the Institute has developed a lionfish fish pot fishery in Tobago. This project intends to address the removal of invasive lionfish in deeper waters in Tobago using modified fish pots currently used in the commercial fish pot fishery. With funding from BPTT, the IMA embarked on the Marine Resilience Initiative Marine Tobago Phase 2, which will be executed over a 5-year period to deliver long-term biodiversity conservation and restoration of coral reefs and seagrass beds using a multi-pronged approach: ocean stewardship, restoration of Tobago's marine diversity, and building sustainable ocean resilience. As it relates to the CDA, which has been actively pursuing its mission to align the government's National Development Strategy Vision 2030, in fiscal 23-24, the CDA initiated several pivotal projects aimed at enhancing infrastructure, public safety, and environmental sustainability across various communities. These endeavors include an electrical upgrade at the CDA office, plans for renovating the police post, an ongoing refurbishment of the Gaspery Cave Welcome Center, and continued works at the boardwalk. I want to assure the public that the Ministry of Planning and Development is committed to the goals of national development outlined by our mandate, and we are constantly working with the public service system to ensure that all our counterparts are on board. I express my gratitude and deep appreciation to my staff at the Ministry of Planning and Development, as well as the agencies and the statutory boards, for their dedication and unwavering support in the preparation of this Standing Finance Committee meeting. I also thank my permanent secretary, deputy permanent secretaries, and heads of divisions for their continuous efforts. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $344,733,000 for Head 67 Ministry of Planning and Development stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $344,733,000 for Head 67 Ministry of Planning and Development is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 306. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Welcome, Minister. Welcome to your technical staff as well. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. I note an increase of a little more than $1 million between the revised estimate and the estimate for 2024. But in 2025, I note a drastic decrease to $16.9 million. So it's a drop between your revised estimate of a little bit more than $2 million. Minister, can you advise what would have caused that drop?
Sure, thank you very much. Okay, so that there were environments in 2024, so funds were moved to this vote to accommodate the payment of arrears, salaries, and utilized leave to an officer who was previously on interdiction. That is $1,093,473.61. Also, a retirement of 20 officers from the ministry, resignation of 5 officers from the ministry, promotion of 14 officers out of the ministry.
So, in effect, then, for 2025, we have a reduction in the staffing of the ministry, Ms. So, would that reduction in staffing have any negative effect on the operations of the ministry?
Well, I wouldn't say so, because you would see, I recall last year you had asked about some concerns as it relates to vacant posts, so we would see later down that we have been able to do.
Item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office, member for Urupuch West.
Sorry. Mr. Line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. We had the same situation as with regards to the general administration personnel section, where we had an increase of $3.3 million in your estimate for 2024. And now we see a decline of $3.6 million. Can the minister indicate whether this means that, again, staff is demitting office and we have vacancies arising?
Thank you very much, member. Okay, so the decrease is due to the additional allocation added last fiscal year via transfer funds by Cabinet Minute 1951, August 6, 2015, regularization of positions in the Central Statistical Office of the Ministry of Planning and Development. It was agreed to utilize 56 vacant posts on the staff establishment of the CSO to facilitate permanent appointments of 56 suitably qualified temporary officers employed under the delegated authority of the CSO. Consequently, it became necessary to pay these 56 officers for the buyout of the utilized vacation leave when they were employed under the delegated authority and then becoming regularized. 50 persons were paid in September 2024, 5 persons are deceased, payment awaiting letters of administration, and 1 person will be paid in October 2024.
All right, so Minister, what you're just describing is that the bump up in fiscal 24 was caused by additional persons coming on staff.
Yes.
That should mean that the allocation for 2025 should remain higher. Instead, it has dropped. I don't know, maybe I missed it in your explanation, whether some staff has demitted office.
Yeah.
Allow me to come in here. The note I have is that the provision in fiscal 24 was higher because there was a payment of unutilized vacation leave that will not occur in 2025, even though there may be some restructuring of the staff complement. That would not override this. There was quite a significant payment for unutilized vacation leave in 24. That wouldn't occur in 25.
Thank you very much. I accept that. That's a good explanation.
Right, and just to say that, as Minister said, that would be for 56 persons.
Okay.
Right.
Minister, can you then describe to us or give us some kind of an idea of the number of vacancies which currently exist at the CSO? If it's not easily accessible, I could take that in writing, because I would like to get the number of vacancies and the positions which are vacant.
Okay. Number of permanent officers, 185. Number of vacant officers, 180. Number of vacant officers with bodies, temporary acting, 87. Number of vacant officers without bodies, 93.
Hold on, Minister. Your first number was 185.
Okay, 185. Number of vacant officers, 180.
No, that's concerning. That 185 is for what?
Number of permanent officers.
Of the number of permanent officers, is it that 180 are vacant?
Number of vacant offices.
No, of the 185 permanent office. So
No,
we have
the
185
total for the unit is 365.
Okay, got it. Of
All
which
right, you got the others?
180 positions are vacant.
Yes, you got the others?
Yes,
Right.
yes. My concern really is with the vacant positions, and since 180 is about half of the overall establishment, whether this has had any impact on CSO's ability to do the surveys, etc., that they have assigned.
Well, yes, but then, I mean, you would see that what we do is, then bring in some acting position, in some cases contract, but as you understand that as it relates to permanent staff, we have to depend, of course, on the Service Commission.
Thank you. Minister, the line item is for specific purposes for the staffing of the Central Statistical Office, but I know that the ministry have previously indicated a desire to go towards a statistical institute.
Yes.
I don't know if there's been any movement in there, and whether the staffing that we're looking at now would impact the operational ability of the process or the progress of the Statistical Institute.
Well, I mean, those are specialist areas, as you know. I mean, that of persons that work in the CSO and that would have to work in the institute, so that, I mean, as a country, that's an area, you constantly, you don't get, you don't have enough resources, so that more or less we would have to use most of the same people, in my humble view.
Thank you, Minister. But in light of international agencies continuously advising us of the need to have proper data collection, and the fact that in Trinidad and Tobago we do not have proper data collection, it is an issue of grave concern that the CSO is in the state that it is in. So I'm hopeful that the Minister will be able to use whatever access to resources and personnel that she has to improve data collection generally, which may also include putting some pressure on the Service Commission to expedite employment.
Yeah, well, they have done much better, in my view, last year than what I saw in previous years as it relates to appointments.
While I accept that, Minister, we still have a 180 vacant posts.
Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'm sure they're also listening, right?
Yes, ma'am, hopefully.
Yeah.
005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Member for Urupuch West.
Minister, there's only one item here, line item 14, under the Green Fund Executing Unit, which is the remuneration to members of the cabinet-appointed committees. $600,000 seems to be your average allocation for this head, because it's what you would have, the actual expenditure in 24 and your initial estimate in actual in 23, initial in 2024, and initial in 2025. But you only spent $110,000. Is it that this committee, cabinet-appointed committees, did not function, were not in existence?
No, we had a delay between October and the appointment, the actual appointment. So there was a 6-month period. So now they are fully operational.
Minister, if there was a 6-month period, given that the funding allocation here is for the year, a 6-month period should mean about half, which should mean that we should have had a $330,000 spend as opposed to $110,000 spend.
Well, I will have to look, but when I look at it, also has to do with the remuneration package. Anything you want to say on that? Well, the difference would have been 110,000, which to me would cover that period.
Okay, I'll accept that and move on.
Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Minister, I see on line item 22, short-term employment, we had an estimated $3.7 million for 2024, which is close to the 2023 actual. But in 2024, your revised estimate was 4.1, and you're carrying that same 4.1 into 2025. Can the Minister indicate what would have caused this close to $400,000 increase in spend on the short-term employment?
Okay, so that the allocation is used to retain persons who are waiting renewal of contracts. The allocation is usually moved back and forth between the contract employment and the short-term employment, depending on the movement of officers between line items. This is done to ensure that there is continuity of work within the divisions and units.
Good, thank you, Minister. Minister, line item 23, fees. Your estimate matches your actual for 2023. So you initially had slightly upwards of $201,000, but in fiscal 2025, you're proposing to more than double your allocation to $518,000. So what would have accounted for this increase in fees? What kind of fees are we looking at?
Okay, so this increase is needed for the Adobe and the Costco annual subscription renewals and website and portal annual renewals, which were previously paid under the development program project.
Okay. Under contract employment, line item 16, I note you have an increase between your 2024 revised estimate and your 2025 estimate of $1.4 million. Minister, can you indicate what components of what kind of work we're looking at undertaking under contract employment here? Excuse me.
Okay, so this increased allocation will be used to pay remuneration pending the renewal of contract positions by Cabinet. 38 positions are pending renewal, and an additional 3 positions along with 38 makes a total of 41 positions to be advertised and filled in fiscal 2025.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 002, Library Service Unit. Item 003, Technical Cooperation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Line item 04, electricity. We had a $994 million, we had a $994,000 estimate, which is close to double of the actual for 2023. So your estimate, let me say it differently. 2023, your expected spend was close to $600,000. You raised that to close to $1 million in your estimate, but you crossed even that. You went to $1.34 million. You're going backwards to your 994. Is it that this increase that took place between your estimate and your revised estimate, was it because of arrears, spending, etc.?
Yes. Yes, member. Okay, so the additional allocation added last fiscal year via environmental funds to facilitate the payment of electricity bills of the previous year, but it's the allocation this year would be sufficient for the projected expenditure.
Minister, can I confirm then, with your blessing, with your explanation, that we have no more arrears for electricity?
Well, I would want to say I hope so, because that is something that we worked very hard on last year to look at, your outstanding bills, so,
line item 23 again, fees. Again, I note an increase of $193,000 on the fees. Minister, can you advise what kind of fees we are looking at here that would have increased in value?
Okay. All right, so that's 23, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that is due to, again, the previous cost of website hosting services for the CSO, which was previously paid under the IDB funded program and will now have to be borne by the Ministry of Planning and Development.
Thank you. Minister, last question on this head. Sub-item 37, janitorial services.
Yes.
Again, I note a slight increase between your estimate and your revised estimate, and I'm wondering whether or not, because you've gone back to your original estimate, whether or not this has to do with the payment of arrears.
Again, yes. For the previous year, so that we did environmental funds, and now this will facilitate payment of bills for the janitorial services for the previous year. So you're correct? Yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006.
No. I have one on 05.
You have one more? You on item 005, Urban?
Yes, ma'am.
Urban, item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 23 again. Your actual spend in fiscal 2023 was $152,476. You have a revised spend of $3.1 million for 2024 and a further increase to $5.2 million in 2025. Now that raises a little bit of a concern because you move from an actual spend of $152,000 to $3.1 million one year afterwards, and now to $5.2 million in proposed in fiscal 2025. Minister, what would have accounted for that dramatic increase? And this has been a substantial increase in the allocation for fees.
Well, the Develop TT platform, online platform, so when we take these initiatives to improve service, customer service, as well as to make things easier, so that this is to facilitate payment of software license and upgrades, the RC, GIS software licenses, AMS fees for perpetual term of licenses pertaining to the enterprise redistribution of the PDFT. These licenses are critical for the optimal operation of the online Develop TT platform.
Ma'am, so this is purely for the purposes of payment of licenses,
yes,
the substantial increase in fees?
Yes.
Okay.
Because as you know, in order for this to be seamless, it does require a considerable amount of money for the licenses.
Sure. Thank you very much, Minister.
And so far, the feedback has been positive.
Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Member for Orpooch West.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The question will be similar, but let's deal with short-term employment, line item 22. We have no estimate, no value, no spend in 2023, but close to $999,000, so close to $1 million spent in 2024, and an estimated $655,000 for fiscal 2025. So what were these short-term employment arrangements for? What are we hiring short-term employment for under this head, given that we had no spend in 2023?
What kind of jobs? Okay, so let me just say that the decrease in allocation is as a result of the reduced number of persons in the PPRD who we will employ on a short-term basis. It is anticipated that 5 project monitoring officers currently who are engaged on a short-term basis will be facilitated against fixed-term contracts during fiscal 2025.
Okay,
so it's project monitoring.
Right, so I'm assuming that will be why the heading for contract employment has gone up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Library Service Unit. Item 003, Technical Corporation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad. Subhead 06, Current Transfers to Statutory Boards and Similar Bodies. Item 004, Statutory Boards. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 02, Institute of Marine Affairs, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, page 479. Item 001, General Administration. Item subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. 49, Chaguaramas Development Authority, we are at page 488. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households, item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of development program. Consolidated Fund, we are at page 136, item 001, Pre-Investment, L, Line Ministries, Government Agencies. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 003, Seismic Microzonation Studies in Trinidad and Tobago. In looking at the PSIP, they were specific in terms of what this project is about, in terms of mapping out areas that are prone to seismic activity, helping to inform building codes, and obviously work with the disaster preparedness units. My question, Minister, is how will the findings from these studies be integrated into our national building codes and obviously into the national disaster preparedness plans that the local government agencies are building on, and what steps would the ministry take to ensure compliance of these new guidelines across the construction sector going forward?
Yeah, member, very important question, but regrettably not for this exercise.
Okay, sure.
Yes?
Can I continue another line?
Yes, sure.
Okay. The same line item, Madam Chair, again, with this investment of $1.2 million, again, part of it is public awareness. What is the ministry putting in place in terms of, providing the public awareness to these studies?
Maybe allow that question if asked a different way.
Thank you, Madam.
All right, so I'll give you a little time to recalibrate
Sure.
and see if you still want to ask it.
No problem.
In the meantime, I'll go to Oropuch West.
Okay, gotcha.
Line item, same line item, because it's the only line item here under the subhead. Minister,
Yes.
Last year you would have come to the Parliament and asked for $1.5 million to be allocated for this project, but none was spent. This is a very important project, obviously. Can you advise why there was no spend in fiscal 2024?
Okay. Okay, so let me say that my information is that, okay, you're talking about 003, right? The same
Correct.
seismic?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so it is projected, the project is currently 75 to 80% completed. Completion of seismic measurements in 6 urban areas, Port of Spain, San Fernando, Southwest Tobago, Diego Martin, Sama, Barataria, and survey of Chaguaramas was started in fiscal 2024. Technical reports for Port of Spain and San Fernando, production of a vulnerability map for Port of Spain to support decision-making geared towards achieving safer built environment, as well as a procurement of strong motion data and sensors. This project will enhance evidence-based decision-making in planning policy formulation by providing mapped vulnerability information on building stock in urbanized areas of Trinidad and Tobago.
I can come in here again, Madam Chairman. This is similar to what we have been discussing for the last several days, where work was done, but the invoices and certification has not been completed. So the payment wasn't made by September 30th, but will be made shortly, I assume, because what I'm seeing there, they're almost 80% complete. Okay.
Excellent, Minister. The problem with that is that will probably now come out of the 2025 vote. Yeah. So we have 20% to go, but a substantial amount. In fact, if the estimate holds true, 1.5 million may come due in fiscal 2025.
Well, it's a very important project.
So yes, which means you may have to come back to ask for environment or to ask for a supplementary allocation, in fact, for this purpose, for meeting the obligations to complete the project.
Yeah, it's a very important project, and I will ensure that they get supplementary funding. If they are unable to generate savings, we have an argument about what is a savings elsewhere. I'll make sure they get supplementary funding.
Thank you, Minister.
Of course, I'm happy for that answer.
38 and 39.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Minister, line item 058,
Oh,
in that section.
we have reached there now. I'm still on L003.
Okay.
You okay? Right. So item 004, social infrastructure. M, Central Statistical Office. Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 058.
058.
Yes, 058, rebase the gross domestic product. Trinidad and Tobago, $1 million investment on that project.
Yeah.
Minister, given the data collection process is scheduled for October in 2024, according to the PSIP, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that it is completed on time, considering delays that we normally get, because it's a critical component, critical delivery for your ministry?
I can't see that answer for that one. Okay, so that as it relates to 058 really deals with, isn't that conduct of surveys and?
Yes,
I mean, at this point in time, the main issue for us is to get the particular space for the staff in order to make sure that we're in a position to ensure the completion of this exercise. I think that is what was missing last year.
Just have one follow-up, Madam Chair. So it's really in the setup phase right now. No actual work has started in terms of the rollout of the project itself.
Yes, I mean, a lot of this is that money that you're speaking about is going to go towards salaries for 5 months, 914,000 for staff, for hiring staff. So that I think that is part of the issue. So we would be bringing on 1 field coordinator, 3 field supervisors, 12 field interviews, 3 business operations, and then ensuring that the office equipment is in place for the staff.
Okay, so no actual gathering of information
Yes.
to do the rebasing itself. Yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Sure.
Chair.
1 minute, please. Member wants
in addition to what Minister said, you would understand that when we conducted the household budgetary survey, that information would also have factored into this rebasing of the gross domestic product. So the staff that the minister is talking about is really to analyze. It's not really to collect information, because the household budgetary survey and the survey of living conditions would have factored into the rebasing, which would also use information from the central bank and the Ministry of Finance. So it would not be actually collecting, and the information has already been collected. Yeah, I know the minister was aware of that.
And if I could just say one more thing, it's also had to do with a requisition was made for IT equipment during the period, and delays in procuring these items were experienced, and that accounted as well for the delay in the project. Right.
Member for Faisabad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, if I can take you to 055, which is really the conduct of the 2018-2019 Household Budgetary Survey of Living Conditions.
Yes.
And the request for 629,000 in this fiscal year. Can you confirm where we are in terms of the completion of this project?
Sure. Okay, so 90% of the 2018-2019 household survey, budgetary survey of living conditions has been completed. The data verification process is currently ongoing and is expected to be completed in November 2024. Most of the expenditure related to this project would have already been met in the last fiscal 23-24, and the allocation for fiscal 25 is expected to be sufficient to meet the expenses related to the completion of the HPS SLC. These expenses include the payment of staff salaries, analytical consultancy services, and the launching of the report. The dissemination of the data would be the same as the MICS survey, which would be the usage of the software applications called DataNet.
Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Minister. Minister, line item 057, Population and Housing Census, conduct of the 2022 Population and Housing Census. I see 1.6 million was spent in 2023, 34 million was budgeted for 2024, but only 14 million was spent. And then we have another 23 million budgeted for 2025. Could you give us an idea of the status of this census and what has to be done again?
Okay, so the population and housing census would be, we have sort of revisited the procedure. We're looking more at a digital format so that it will be delivered in a digital format, allowing the public to complete the census questionnaire through a PC, laptop, tablet, or phone. Your household will be assigned a geo-reference code to enable online completion of the questionnaire. Trinidad and Tobago is benefiting from a collaboration with the IDB and Uruguay National Institute of Statistics and other international agencies in the UN system to undertake this transformation to a digitized census. This will augur well for an increased response rate in the younger and more tech-savvy population, as well as harder to reach communities such as gated communities. The allocation will be used to conduct the pilot survey of the census, which is scheduled to start in March 2025 and finish in April-May 2025. The pilot will be conducted in the phases with an estimated duration of 4 to 6 weeks. The population and housing census is scheduled to start in 5 months after the pilot, with a duration of 3 months. In fiscal 2024, as a result of the complexity of the digitization of the census process and the challenges in acquiring the full complement of staff, particularly in the IT department, delays were experienced in the implementation of the census fieldwork. Notwithstanding this, significant progress has been made in areas such as procurement of the ICT infrastructure, partial staffing from the PMCD, and census questionnaire development and census operations. And if I could just share with you that we have learned from some other countries who have had challenges. Barbados, for example, they only got a 50% coverage. Dominican Republic, just over 70. Costa Rica, and as well as Jamaica, also had some challenges. They got less than 50%, so that we have been able to utilize the benefit of some international organizations, so that in terms of the accuracy of the census, using what I just indicated, should mean we should be in a better place.
Member for Old West.
Thank you. Just a follow-up on that question, and I have another question subsequent. This is listed as the population and housing census conduct of the 2022 population and housing census, and there's a substantial several $1 million were allocated for it in fiscal 2024. and spent in fiscal 2023. Minister, you just indicated that you are reevaluating the way forward. Is it that in you have projections for where we're going to be in 2024 and 2025, so I'm assuming that by 2025 and we will have some data that could now be used, digital format or otherwise. But is it that no collection of data has yet been done or yet started, given that we had a $14.2 million spend? Again, I'm assuming that $14.2 million would have been the establishment cost for procurement, etc. But it's a substantial amount of money spent for the conduct, and that's the title of the subhead, Population, Housing, and Housing Census, Conduct of the 2022 population. So what we'll eventually be having is not a 2022 population survey, but hopefully a 2025 population survey. Correct me if I'm wrong, Minister.
Yes. Okay, so the majority of funds would have been spent in 3,400 tablets for the implementation of the computer-assisted personal intervention, Darktrace cyber security software, HCI server. Then in terms of staffing, we are now comprised of a census administrator, 14 members of staff on a short-term basis. There is also a need for a cabinet note for the organizational structure. Completed all the meetings with stakeholders, finalized the questionnaire. Also, we have signed memorandum of understanding with TT-Post. So I can go through a lot of things, but I think the main issue for us what we have learned is that a census is not an easy exercise.
Of course.
And as I said before, one of the most important issues is the issue of not just the capacity building, but having the kind of staffing that is able to do a census. So I believe that even though I had previously indicated that we were in a state of readiness, particularly the issue of the tablets, and the kind of equipment that would have been needed to have the census, we are now in a much better position, and we have the benefit of international assistance that would, particularly if you have developed your questionnaire and you're now in a much easier position to be able to complete it.
Okay, so Minister, so I want to narrow it down to the end result. When can we then, as a user population, expect that we will be able to benefit from the census data? Given all the equipment is now in place and you now have additional resources now for rollout of the plan, when can we expect the data to actually be available for use for us?
Well, we are targeting, from what I've seen, to have most of the stuff completed by May of 2025. Okay. So I think that from that on, we would have to work at the same time, simultaneously, as you collect your data. To make sure that we have the kind of capacity and resources to be able to utilize it, going from then onward.
Sure. I want to continue to line item 059, conduct of the multiple indicator cluster survey, the MCIS plus survey. Minister, last year you asked for $1 million for this project, which I believe was just to initiate the project. Yes. That would be line item 59. But no spend was made, and you're asking for $1 million again this year. Minister, can you indicate what would have caused you not to proceed with drawing down this $100 million, this $1 million allocation?
Okay, so in 2024, they experienced delays and literally halted due to the lead officer on the project being offered and acting in a higher position in another ministry. And I mean, you can understand what we just discussed about issues of capacity and resources and expertise. So if you lose somebody like that, who would have already developed everything, it's not easy to simply hand that over to somebody else. So in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year, a new officer was assigned to the lead project, so we now have somebody else who has taken it over. As a result, procurement of items to the project did not take place, resulting in the fact that we had a zero expenditure. So we now have 1 million expenditure, 500,000 was reallocated to another project. The allocation will be used to procure equipment such as laptops, cell phones, headsets, and to set up call centers, which would take place in the first quarter of 2025. The salaries for 2025 would amount to 750,000, and the equipment to be purchased would amount to 250,000.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you.
Member for Miaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to follow up my colleague from Orkut West on that same line item 059, conduct of the MICS Plus survey. Minister, again, in reading the PSIP, that cluster survey is primarily targeted at women and children in impoverished communities, and the interview mode is primarily by telephone. How would the project planners consider overcoming some of that hurdles with regards to those communities may be challenged with telephone access? And two, is any part of the $1 million allocation for public sensitization to those communities that this is a project that we're coming and we want you to take the calls?
Chairman, member, I'm not sure I've seen it. This is 054?
059.
He's back on the
Oh,
same.
059, okay.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so I am advised that some work would have been done before. Yes, would have been done before as it relates to the mixed survey, and that the telephone interview was the preferred for the persons that the CSO did research, but I understand that you're speaking about rural communities, and we would still have that challenge, so that it means that you do have to have people physically, as we have done traditionally, go out in the field.
A, culture. Item 005, multi-sector. A, culture, member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 006, management of the 150% tax incentive for heritage properties of interest. This is a new project with $2 million allocated for 2025. Could you give us some more information on this new project?
Sure. Okay, so the Heritage Restoration Tax Incentive Program covers over 400 eligible properties of interest. This PSIP project focuses on the activation of resources in the National Trust to A, manage the receipt and evaluation of proposals for heritage restoration works on approved heritage sites, B, validation of corporate investments in the eligible heritage properties of interest, and C, support the Ministry of Planning and Development in the issuance of certificates of eligible companies to file claims for 150% of their investments with their tax return. It will assist in enhancing the stock of heritage properties of interest and bolstering the heritage tourism project. The allocation will be utilized to procure services of consultants, procure office equipment, and develop communication plan development and implementation so as to sensitize the public about that new project.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services, spans 5 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. C, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute. Member for Couva South, is this where you are? Member for Caroni East, this is where you are? Yes.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 011, a similar question. We have a development of downstream value-added products from rubber crumbs. We have $250,000 budgeted for this fiscal year. Could you give us an idea of what this new project is?
Okay, so the Institute has established a facility to produce rubber crumb with integration in asphalt mixes being the prime use. The Institute will be developing further opportunities for use of rubber crumb. Downstream industries may include tiles, rubber mats. The funds will be used to acquire small equipment, develop technologies, and test products as part of the development process. Success will lead to entrepreneurial opportunities, particularly for SMEs, while continuing to positively impact the removal of the environmental challenge created by the end-of-life tires.
Chaguaramas Area Development. Member for Karen East.
Thank you. Minister, line item 047, refurbishment of Macquarie Beach facilities. We have $1 million budgeted for 2025. Could you give us the idea of the scope of works and when is the completion date for this project?
Which one is it? Okay, that's the, yes, refurbishment of Macquarie. Okay, so we are looking to undertake some flooring and drainage works at the guard booth. The annual risk assessment conducted by the authority's Health, Safety and Environmental Department has highlighted significant safety concerns at Macquarie, particularly the platform area. Macquarie is most frequently used, public holidays and other days. The site is positioned at the main outflow of a watershed leading to substantial water flow, particularly during the rainy season. It's also to address safety issues, and additionally, the existing layout of the guard booth at the Macquarie has been deemed inefficient and poses security risk. The proposed upgrade of the guard booth aligns with the development goals of the Chaguaramas Development Authority, aiming to enhance operational efficiency, improve customer service, and strengthen security measures.
F, Institute of Marine Affairs. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Minister. 001 update of the oil spill fingerprinting database at the Institute of Marine Affairs has been identified as a new project. Could you provide some details, and will this 500,000 allocation cover the entire financial cost of this project?
Okay, so that is the request they made at this time. The main goal of this project is to update and maintain a national and regional fingerprint database of Trinidad and Tobago based on liquid hydrocarbons from oil, gas, and petrochemical operations, imported and exported crude oil. The database at the IMA would be updated to ensure regional cross-referencing of oil samples and secure storage facility for samples collected in the database. The allocation will be used to establish a physical data bank storage facility for oil samples, procure sampling and laboratory equipment, and train staff to use new equipment, software packages, and statistical techniques. So as you see, this is updating because the facility can already do some work here.
This, this exercise has any relationship to the oil spill that occurred off Cove and Tobago?
Well, I don't know that it has any, well, let me put it this way. This is going to enhance the IMA's capability in terms of assisting with that kind of research, because they were pivotal already.
Because up till today, we have not been told what type of liquid flowed off Cove and Tobago by the IMA.
Regard to the response, and while you're entitled to a comment on every intervention, and I rule that that is not relevant to the response which you've had. Okay, you have another question? No? So we can move on. A, Administrative Services. Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Minister, I'd like to, there are a number of line items here that I'm sure myself and my colleagues would like to interrogate you on, but the first one being line item 111, Sustainable Development Goals. I'm seeing that 43,000 was spent in 2023. 2 million was budgeted for 2024 with nothing being spent. And then we have 1.5 million being budgeted again for 2025. Given that, you know, the latest trends and strategic plans for this country revolve around these sustainable development goals, could you explain why nothing was spent in 2024 and what is planned to be done with the 1.5 billion in 2025?
Okay, so that, as you indicated, this is a very important area. So it's 111, yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And the objective of this initiative are to strengthen Trinidad and Tobago's capacity to coordinate, implement, and monitor and report on the SDGs, ensuring data-driven decision-making, enhance stakeholder collaboration, and increase public awareness to accelerate national progress towards sustainable development by 2030. In fiscal 2024, approximately 118,000 from SDG Vote was used to purchase promotional items. With respect to the SDG data repository for fiscal 23-24, no funds were utilized for acquiring ICT solutions within the specified fiscal period due to the delays in the procurement process. As a result, the necessary infrastructure for equipment was not put in place, hindering the acquisition of such. Consequently, this affected the ability to implement the planned ICT upgrades, including the SDG data repository. The solutions will be undertaken in this new financial year. This is A, establish a data repository, conduct a public awareness and communication campaign, undertake the compilation of SDGs indicators for Trinidad and Tobago, prepare a Trinidad and Tobago voluntary national review on the implementation of the SDGs, so that I agree with you that this is an important area. We have put things in place now so that we should be able to complete the exercise in 2025.
Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 073, automation of the construction permit process. Minister, you'd appreciate that that has been one of the biggest challenges for us in the ease of doing business for many years. There was an $887,000 spent in the last fiscal and a projected $1.03 million this year. Could you tell us how far this project is along? I know there is a developed TT site that is coming from the help desk. Give us an idea of how far along we are and whether we would be somewhere close to having it ready by the end of this fiscal.
Okay, so that the developed TT system is currently in the 4th year of maintenance and is fully launched in Trinidad and Tobago. The following activities will be covered in this fiscal year: system enhancement based on the application and approvers' feedback, system enhancement based on the requirements of the PAFD Act and the municipal authorities and the National Planning Authority, training sessions for applications and approvers, requirements gathering workshops for the system enhancements, advertisements and promotions items to support the training sessions, and salaries for developed TT staff, developed TT support staff, developed TT statistics as at October 16, 2024, total number of registered users 10,818, total number of applications submitted 29,036. Application types include planning permissions, outline permissions, customs bonded correspondence, liquor license correspondence, status of land correspondence, and stamp duty correspondence. Total number of applications processed 27,485. Total number of building permits issued by municipal corporations and THA 2,190. Total number of completed certificates issued by municipal corporations 667.
So this 1 million is really to do some enhancement this year? Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
As you would realize, they are doing pretty good at this time.
Thank you.
Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Minister. 112, establishment of the National Planning Authority. Obviously, this is a work in progress. $3 million was allocated for fiscal 2024. Only $1,138,000 was spent, and it is projected that in fiscal 2025, $4,544,000 is due to be spent. Could you advise the meeting how this will be spent and what is the status of this National Planning Authority?
Okay, so that for 2024, they recruited a procurement specialist, an executive assistant, a technical project manager, and Eve Anderson was engaged to recruit a CEO and corporate secretary. The organizational structure of the NPA is approximately 85% completed. There is an urban planner, Ms. Grace Laforet, an urban planner, and Dr. Ralph Henry, They are working on refining the organizational structure with a proposal from Price Waterhouse and Coopers. The new structure will then will be further refined by an internal committee of the board. Bids have been received and evaluated for the engagement of a change management consultant, and a decision is expected soon as it relates to the preferred bidder. In 2025, the allocation will facilitate the recruitment of the executive and technical staff, prepare the strategic plan for the NPA, and the commencement of the institutional arrangements for the operationalization of the NPA, inclusive of the establishment of the Office of the NPA, building human resource capacity and facilitating the transition of key stakeholders to the NPA so that the objective of new approach towards integrated spatial planning and facilitation of development can be realized.
So there's a projected launch date of
Well, the let us say the development and organizational structure is some 85% completed. Of course, that is also dependent on the full, what do you say of the act? The proclamation of the act as well.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Carinese.
Thank you. Minister, within many of these line items, I have noticed that roughly only 30% of the monies in 2024 were used, and I'll just give you two examples. Line item 090, development of an ambient water supply, water quality standards. $550,000 was budgeted in 2020, and nothing was spent in 2024. We have now gone on to budget another $1 million in 2025, as well as, for example, line item 099, development of a national manpower plan, whereby $1.4 million was budgeted in 2024 and only $285,000 was spent. We are now again budgeting $1.1 million. And there are roughly 10 line items such as this in this section, administrative services. With regards to these two, why was nothing spent with regards to the ambient water quality standards in 090, as well as in the development of the national manpower plan? Why was only $285,000 spent in 2024 when roughly $1.4 million was budgeted?
Asking about 090 and 099?
I'm asking about 090, two questions, and 099.
I believe the minister answered questions.
No, I didn't answer either of those.
The development in national manpower 099?
No, I
Okay,
didn't.
go ahead.
Okay, so let me just indicate that, of course, development of a manpower plan, as you know, it's not an easy exercise, and you have to, of course, be able to recruit the appropriate consultant so that the project consists of three parts: a consultancy for the development of the plan, the execution of the feasibility study to assess the viability of targeted economic sectors, and the third one is to conduct the conduct of labor skills assessment in growth sectors, so that in 2024 the consultants were contracted to execute the consultancy, deliverables paid in 2024, contract signing, inception report, and scope change, Tobago site visit, so that whilst, as you know, in a consultancy, it's not as though you're going to pay a substantial amount of the money. A lot of it is, depending, of course, on when your deliverables are. But I'm pretty satisfied that in terms of getting it done, that they have started, they have indicated exactly what are the phases, what are the parts, but it's just that it does not always mean that you can actually pay the money, even though if you have it allocated.
And 09...
Oh, sorry, and as it relates to the development of the ambient air quality, so this...
Water quality.
Water quality, yes. Okay, so that this project actually was commenced since in 2013, 2014, Under the project, ambient water quality standards were developed for the country and are included in the Schedule 3 of the Water Pollution Rules 2019. Use sustainability analyses have been completed for 5 watersheds, Arima, Rest West, and Couva, and Colon and Hillsborough West. The UAAs involve collection of water quality data from the targeted watershed, which were then compared against the ambient water quality standard to determine if the standards are being met. Biological data were also collected to link the faunal community to the existing water quality. This information will serve as a baseline against which any future changes may be compared. Water improvement plans have also been developed for each of the targeted watersheds to determine the sources of pollution identified in the UAA and to develop strategies to reduce and, where possible, restore water quality in the watersheds so that the ambient standards may be met. During 23 and 24 year, the EMA began an assessment of Hillsborough West watershed, which involved UAAs and biological assessment of the watershed as well as development of the WIP, ongoing and will be completed during the current year. Collection of additional data on heavy organic chemicals and pesticides to augment the UAA and the Rest West watershed commenced in August 24 and will be completed in January 25. The funds allocated this year will be utilized for the completion of the collection of pesticides and heavy organic chemicals data in the Rest West watershed, as this project is a continuation. Additionally, phase 1 of the watershed assessment, that is the UAA and biological assessment and development of a WIP of Aripo, Tunapuna, and Talparo watersheds will commence, with work focusing on the Tunapuna and Talparo watersheds during the current fiscal year, and phase 2 then commencing in the Aripo watershed during the next 2025-2026.
Member for Old West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I refer you to line item 056, establishment of results-based management system. Minister, you had last year asked for $2 million to execute this project, but you spent $620,000. You're now budgeting for $1 million, which means that even if you get the $1 million in fiscal 2025, you would still not be where you had hoped to be last year when you sat before the Standing Finance Committee. Can you indicate what would have happened to ensure that you don't draw down on this very important, given what it is? It's the results-based management system. So it seems to be a challenge with regards to getting the results-based management system up to get the results.
Yes, okay, well, again, you would realize that, a lot of the areas that we are discussing requires some expertise that are not easily to obtain, so that we were able to get an international consulting firm. Global Evidence for Results was engaged and signed a contract for enhancing the M&E ecosystem of the public sector of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is valued a little over $1.8 million. The project objectives are to gather, structure, and analyze information critical to the development and improve national M&E ecosystem in the public sector, generate assessment of the existing M&E capacities, develop a comprehensive national action plan on the identified recommendation for institutional strengthening of M&E, support the implementation of the action plan, and the benefits being to provision of a rigorous technical approach for generating insights about the challenges facing our M&E ecosystem, strengthen the existing M&E framework, improve the quality and availability of performance information, and of course, and so on. The project commenced on September 9, 2024. The project is expected to be concluded by September 15, 2025. I plan to commence in the first quarter of 2024. The consultant's engagement was significantly delayed by the constraints, of course, of the procurement process, but we are well on the way.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva South.
Madam Chair, we could ask on page 142 now.
C, Foreign and Technical Assistance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Minister, 026. The
Zero what, sorry?
026. Yeah. 026. Outfitting of the EMA's offices for the differently able. This seems to be a work in progress based on the what was spent in 2023 and 24. Will that allocation of $1,667,000 make the EMA's offices fully compliant as it relates to meeting and treating with the disabled community?
Okay, so let me just get it again. I didn't get the, sorry about that.
026.
Yes, I got it. I didn't get exactly what you had asked.
Is a work in progress.
Yes.
And this allocation of $1,667,000, what will it be utilized for, and will this sum make or result in the EMA's offices being fully compliant in meeting the or treating with the differently able community?
Yes, I mean, I would just say that initially the project mightn't have been totally conceived in terms of the building itself. Sometimes you think of just the outside, and then of course if people are coming in, that it's much more than that. So this now would allow for to be totally compliant, as well as to ensuring, I mean, not just sometimes it's the sanitarian. If somebody comes, they have to use the washroom. There are a lot of other things. So this will ensure that what may not have been thought about initially would make it fully compliant for the disabled.
Okay, and I see with respect to 027, there's outfitting and refurbishment of the Ministry of Planning and Development as a new project. What is being envisaged, and will $500,000 fully dispose of the outfitting and refurbishment of the ministry?
The procurement, yes, they do the kitchen. But it says here.
You may have to further intervene.
Okay, so that this is really simply to make this the procurement area. The procurement area, the procurement unit of the ministry, in order to improve that, dismantling current spacing arrangement and constructing new facilities, and outfitting the procurement office, which we would not have had originally.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Minister, line item 014, construction of the Institute of Marine Affairs. I see in 2024, $768,000 was budgeted, and nothing was spent at the end of 2024. We also have $1.5 million being budgeted for 2025. Could you give us an idea of why nothing was spent in 2024 and what is planned for this fiscal year with the $1.5 million?
Okay, so for this fiscal year, it would be to conduct a geotechnical soil investigation for the construction of the administrative building of the IMA head office, engage a project management firm for the development, design, incorporating geotechnical survey and recommendation, so that the proposed building is a continuation of a project that started some time ago. And the proposed building site is the former B6 building, which has been demolished to make way for the construction of a new building to house administration, finance, information center, and technology department. In terms of some initial consultations, they realized that a geotechnical survey was needed before the construction of that building, so there's some necessity to do a consultancy service for that first. The other had to do with the fact that there was a delay in the appointment of the board.
So do you have an idea of when this would be completed, all the works?
Okay, well, once the necessity for the geotechnical soil investigation has to be done, I don't think I would want to just guess that, because that is important first to make sure that the area that they have selected is appropriate for the site.
And Minister, you know where the area is?
Yes, I do. I mean, I have been there. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. When the first project was done years ago, I was a minister at the time. So, yeah.
Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 014. This is a matter that's very close to my heart. 014. The designation and management of the Carney Swamp as an environmentally sensitive area. Minister, last year you had shared my concern about making sure that the swamp is properly funded in terms of making sure that the relevant restrictions and so on are put in place, and the utilization of the swamp is done in an environmentally friendly manner. On that basis, you had asked for $2.75 million, but you only spent $660,000, and there's no provision going forward in fiscal 2025. Is it that the project has been abandoned because you could not have finished a proposed $2.75 million project with $600,000? It's a fraction of what you would ask for last year, and given that there's no provision this year for fiscal 2025, it's a cause for concern whether the project has been abandoned.
Yes, okay, so just to say that this is an equally important project for the government. As a matter of fact, it was declared a Ramsar site when I was a minister, but there are some very serious challenges which I would share with you. So as we know, the Carney Swamp is the largest mangroves wetland in Trinidad and Tobago. It is an ecologically diverse area, which is habitat to approximately 190 bird species, including endangered species, migratory species, and the scarlet ibis. The swamp serves as a breeding habitat for several fish, and it's also a nursery ground for shrimp and other marine fish. The EMA initiated steps towards the declaration of the Carney Swamp as an ESA, but challenges were encountered in determining the boundaries of the areas to be declared an ESA, as the area within the boundaries of the proposed Carney Swamp is a combination of state and private lease land holdings. In September 2024, the Ministry of Planning and Development recommended and the EMA supported the reconstitution of the Ministerial Committee for the implementation of the National Protected Areas Systems Plan. The committee's technical subcommittee will be tasked with advising the Ministerial Committee on the proposed boundaries of the ESA. A revised cabinet note was prepared by the Ministry of Planning and Development for the reconstitution of that committee for the implementation of the National Protected Areas in September 2024. So you can well imagine what I'm saying. I mean, once you have private and state, then we have a challenge.
Sure, Minister, it's just that this has been an issue for quite a while. The Carney, it's not now that Carney Swamp has become a sensitive area. I'm just very concerned that it has taken so long. And all we have gotten to, the point we have gotten to today, is the appointment of a committee to review the
No, it's more than the committee. I mean, the reason why they can tell that it's both state and private is because of the work that has been done. But you could well understand what is going to happen if we have to deal with private lands. So
yes,
once you have come upon that, then it means that we now have to bring in other ministries that would be able to assist us, because it's not just going to be the EMA and the Ministry of Planning.
Okay, Minister, let me take you back a little bit. In 2023, you had an estimate for this figure. It was a very small estimate, but actual expense, in 2023. But it meant that at least from 2023, you were looking at this. I'm not too sure if it came in as a new project item in 2023. I suspect it did not. But it has now gone through 2023 and 2024 without a resolution. And now I'm concerned because there's no expectation based on your allocation for 25. There's no expectation that we will be in a position to fully designate and operate the management of the Carney Swamp. as an ESA. That is a matter of grave concern. A lot of time has passed, and very little actual hands-on signed dot at the end has been accomplished.
Yeah, but remember, you know that area, right? I know
Yes,
you know it very well, and I'm sure you understand the challenges. I mean, when you have to deal with private lands and you want to ensure about boundaries, really, it has really put the EMA in a predicament. And it's not that any work hasn't been done, and I am pretty certain that if we have to go for funds based on what the committee recommends, I am certain that we will, because that you would see.
Thank you.
Carries.
Thank you, Minister. Line item 016, the National Environmental Literacy Awareness Survey. I see this is a new project with 200,000 budgeted for 2025. Could you give us an idea of what is planned for this new project?
So it's an assessment of communication processes and sources that are critical to developing effective program and activities in addressing environmental issues. Geospatial data and maps using GIS platform will be acquired to reflect the information collected in the national surveys. Data will be analyzed spatially, quantitatively, and qualitatively to identify any correlations and provide recommendations which will assist in planning, implementing, evaluating environmental programs. Indicators to measure environmental literacy and awareness will be developed. So it's a question of having, educating persons about environmental issues, but measuring the information so you'd be able to determine if we are doing a lot better in the country as it relates to environmental issues.
Minister, when you say persons, would the ministry be targeting schools or just the national community as a whole?
Well, schools will be included. I mean, you're going to use a multiplicity of stakeholders, but remember both the EMA and the IMA traditionally target schools. So it's incorporating the agencies existing in the ministry.
Hello?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 007. It's a very simple question. With our deterioration of air quality, what is expected in this program, line item, for the new fiscal year? Establishment of an ambient air quality management program.
Okay, so under the project, development of an ambient air quality management program, the EMA procured 9 ambient air quality monitoring stations. These stations are located in Mayaro, San Fernando, Point Fortin, Point Lisas, Port of Spain, Arima, Toco, Signan Hill, Tobago, and by the end of 2025, Kings Bay, Tobago. The data from these stations is reported to the public through a real-time air quality index and quarterly ambient air quality monitoring reports, which are found on the EMA's website. The funds in 2024 will be utilized to install black carbon monitors in 5 of the 9 AAQMS. The additions of black carbon, which is a short-lived climate pollution, the ambient air quality monitoring stations will increase the capacity of the AAQM network.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $344,733,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $344,733,000 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Permanent Secretary and for the other officers of the Ministry of Planning and Development. Head 26, Ministry of Education.
Ministry of Education. Welcome, Madam Minister. Also welcome to Minister in the Ministry of Education. The permanent secretaries, welcome to the House of Parliament, and also the senior technocrats from the Ministry of Education, welcome. Head 26, Ministry of Education, $5,542,586,000. I will now invite the Minister of Education to make a brief opening statement, not more than 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The Ministry of Education bears the responsibility for over 840 ECCE centers, primary schools and secondary schools throughout Trinidad and Tobago, in addition to post-secondary and tertiary institutions. In fulfilling our vision of modern, relevant, quality and equitable education for all, the Ministry impacts the lives of over 250,000 young citizens directly, along with approximately 17,000 members of staff. The Ministry of Education fully internalizes the mandate of Vision 2030, putting people first, nurturing our greatest assets, and as such, works toward the outcome of developing the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen, equipped with not only the skills to drive national development in a positive direction, but also the vital and progressive values, attitudes, and behaviors. As we implement the tenets of the Education Policy 2023-27 and focus on cultural transformation through education, as guided by Vision 2030, we continue to encourage all students, parents, staff, corporate Trinidad and Tobago, and the general public to join us in this transformative journey. Minister Maurice Julian and I thank all of our stakeholders, including those just listed, for their support. And I thank the staff of the ministry, led by the PSs, Chief Education Officer, and heads of departments for the hard work, dedication, and continuous support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that a sum of $5,542,586,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,542,586,000 for Head 26, Ministry of Education, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we are on page 170 of the development program booklet. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Tabakit, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, I'm on line item 03, overtime for monthly paid officers. I'm seeing a revised estimate of $4.6 million thereabouts. Can we account for that revision?
This line item is used to pay overtime for 266 officers of the ministry, staff 170 members, and drivers 5. So based on the expenditure that was required, that revision was made.
Okay. Was this an unusual amount of overtime for this fiscal year? Because I'm not seeing anything in the 2023 actual, and no estimate made for fiscal 2024.
The back pay exercise would have used a lot of this allocation.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
I recognize the member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, good morning, Minister, and officials from the Ministry. Minister, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. The actual spend for this was $179 million in 2023. However, what we're seeing here in the estimate for 2025 is $186 million. Can you provide us with an explanation for the increase in these figures?
Increments for servants, public servants will be paid out of this. And it is the payment for all of our staff, the total establishment persons. The total establishment is 2742, with active employees 1012. So that covers salaries and the increments as well.
005, secondary education, pages 170 and 171. Member for Tabakit, I recognize you.
Thank you. Minister, under line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, there is a decrease in what is estimated for fiscal 2025. Is there a reason for this decrease?
Back pay funds were included last year.
Okay, so it's not that there are fewer teachers.
So those are not there this year.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Upuch West.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Line item 32. This would be on page 171. Remuneration to substitute teachers. We had a $3.6 million estimate, but we ended up spending in fiscal 2024 $7.5 million. Now, these will be for substitute teachers who will be placed in schools where there is need because they do not have the relevant required teachers on the establishment, correct?
Also, if teachers are on leave.
Right. So basically, these are to supplement or to fill the vacancies which exist in the teaching staff at the various schools. Minister, you have a substantial increase. It's almost a doubling. In fact, it is more than a doubling in fiscal 2024, which you're proposing to get into fiscal 2025. Is it that we don't expect filling of vacancies as fast as we would like, so therefore we must move into the contract of substitute teachers?
What this actually represents is an increase in the efficiency of the ministry to fill these positions. For many years, there's been, the complaints of substitute teachers not being available, and we have been making a very serious effort to increase the availability of substitute teachers. So this year, we would have been able to employ 291 persons in those positions, and we intend to continue as well as increase the efficiency so that wherever there's a gap, we can fill in with teachers in the interim.
Okay, but Minister, like I said in my preamble, the substitute teachers occupy a space that has not been filled by what we would call a regular teacher. So a teacher is not in place, which is why you need a substitute teacher. Mm-hmm. If the teachers were in place, then the need for the substitute teachers would not have existed. So my question is whether or not there's some level. It might be efficient in terms of getting the substitute teachers quickly to fill the void. But the question the emphasis should be focused on filling the void with the regular establishment of teachers.
I did it the first time, and that's why I would have answered in that way. Because what would have happened previously is their teachers are not available in classrooms for different reasons. And what would have happened previously, which we tried to correct, is that there's no one to fill the gap. So this increase is a result of the efficiency to fill the gap when it occurs, because it does occur from time to time.
Minister, but if I'm even to tie this to line item 01, where you just indicated we had a downward shift from a 1.4 to a 1.2 for fiscal 2025. You said that $250,000 decrease was based on arrears. So that the 1.2 is very similar to the 1.2 actual spend in 2023. That means that the level of teaching staff that you expect is going to remain the same as it was close to 2023 and 2024. Your projection then is that we're going to continue to have vacancies in the establishment of the teaching service, which will require supplementation by substitute teachers. So this is the plaster. The availability of the substitute teacher is the plaster for the problem. You might be very efficient in applying the plaster, but the problem still seems to be that the issue is the shortage of teachers in the schools, the presence in the schools.
Minister, again, you want to further expound on the situation?
Although we've been asking the same question over and over, I just want to remind the member that the Teaching Service Commission is responsible for the hiring of teachers. And in some cases where there is a gap between the actual hiring and his presence in the classroom, or a teacher goes on leave and there's not somebody to fill that space because the space is not vacant, we have a responsibility to supply substitute teachers, and therefore that is what the vote that you originally asked about is meant for. And as I said, we have been working very hard at increasing the efficiency of this so that our children are not left without teachers.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. I wanted to deal with item 01 under 005, secondary education salaries and cost of living. The minister indicated that there's a difference in the allocation because in the last fiscal you would have dealt with back pay that was outstanding to persons in this position. Can the minister indicate if all of the back pay was completed and if you have any outstanding back pay to teachers?
With regards to the back pay payments, we would have completed payment to 96.5% of the eligible persons. Some have not been paid due to 159 having died. Those are retired teachers in the main. We have 40 audit queries going on, 332 internal processing after queries have been sorted out. 6 are no longer entitled based on looking at all of their files, and 43 persons who overpaid, so that has to be sorted out.
For Kuvanot, I recognize you.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, following up from my colleague from Urupuch West, that line item 32, can you provide us with a number of vacant positions that substitute teachers were utilized to fill that position?
We can supply you with the substitute teachers and the number of them. Just give me 1 minute.
Specifically for those in the vacant positions, not for those that has gone on leave, but those that are...
6 substitute teachers were for Spanish, 2 for history, 14 for mathematics, 2 for technical drawing, 26 for English, principles of business, 13, 5 for geography, 5 for agricultural sciences, 12 for social studies, 9 for food and nutrition, 3 for physics, 1 for EDPM, 6 for computer science, 3 for biology, 3 for principles accounts, 2 for theatre arts, 2 for chemistry, 1 for electrical engineering, 1 for physical education, 2 for music, 1 for beauty culture.
And Honourable Minister, that will be, yes, that will be for teachers who would have proceeded on leave, or is that for only the vacant positions?
Those will be for different reasons.
So would you be able to provide us with the listing for the vacant positions?
The vacant positions that would refer to item 01, and we can provide you with that.
Recognize you.
Minister, with respect to under 005 secondary education and also 006 primary education.
006 yet, member, but we can go with 005.
Okay, I will.
Secondary education.
Yeah. 27 government's contribution to group health insurance, monthly paid officers.
27, page 170.
Yeah. Government's contribution to group health insurance.
No. Okay, well, I'm going on to the next item now, and then you'll be able to answer that. Item 006, primary education. Proceed, member.
No, I was asking.
There. Page 170.
I was...
Proceed.
Proceed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Secondary,
27,
yes.
Government's contribution to group health insurance monthly paid officers. Minister, this allocation of $100,000 increase will ensure that this group health insurance plan is fully funded?
Yes, and if additional funds are required, they'll be wired into the...
But at the moment, could you advise this meeting if the plan is fully funded? Is there any shortfall?
The projected figure is just over 9 million, 9.1 million. So if the 8.9 that is allocated If the projected is exactly what is used, then it will require a small virement, and that will be done.
That will be done. Okay. And could you inform this meeting if there are outstanding claims under this particular plan?
No.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
So members, item 006, primary education. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, line item 32, the remuneration to substitute teachers. Could we also get the number of substitute teachers under the primary school system, please?
For last fiscal, we had 21 substitutes.
I'll go to Couva South first.
And again, Minister, with respect to 27 government's contribution to the group health insurance, is there any shortfall? Is it fully funded?
Projected figure is 9 million, which is just over the allocation of 8.9 million. So if required, the 100 million will be, 100,000, sorry, will be via in.
Via again.
Sure.
Okay.
Couva South, member. Couva North, sorry, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister, the same for line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, if you can provide us with the number of vacant posts there.
Sure.
Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry. Item, member for Couva North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And to the Honorable Minister, the allocation for line item 01 was not fully utilized. Is it because of there being vacant positions there? Can you explain why it is that line item wasn't fully utilized? And Minister, the same for line item 02.
Based on, this is 01?
Yes.
So we have 1.4 as the allocation.
Yeah, page 171, okay. Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry, and we at 01.
The actual, based on our actual current records, it has been fully utilized.
Okay. And for 02, wages and COLA, out of the 1.17, I see only 784 reported here in the revised estimates. Can you
Again, based on our current records, up to the end of the fiscal, it has been fully utilized.
Item 012, Technical Vocational Education. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, for the fiscal 2024, there was an estimate of $1 million, of which only about half, $550,000, was utilized. We are estimating $650,000 going forward into fiscal 2025. Is it that there are fewer persons under this technical vocational education space?
Based on our current records, I'm seeing $1 million as utilized up to September the 30th, which is the end of the period. The monthly expenditure is projected at $480,000. However, it's 11 employees that are paid through this vote. Some at John Donaldson Technical Institute, groundsman, caretaker, and so on. So, based on what I am seeing here, we have fully utilized that vote, and the projection for next year is $480,000, which would be sufficient based on the allocation given.
Member for St. Augustine.
Under technical and vocational education, item 27, government's contribution to the group health insurance. I am noting that although 2025 is reflecting an increase by compared to the revised estimate, the revised estimate for 2024 is far less than in the previous years. Is the payment, does this represent a full payment of the government's contribution to the health plan, or is it possible that there were any arrears or anything like that?
Based on the estimates up to the end of the fiscal, we have utilized the entire 17,100.
Okay.
Item 014, National Examinations Council. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. We now on page 174 and 175. I recognize the member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, I'm on line item 28, Other Contracted Services. The other contracted services, as we know, includes the school transportation service, which is an essential service to several areas. I'm seeing an increase in the estimates for fiscal 2025 to $20 million. Is it that new routes will be serviced under the school transportation service? And can we, perhaps in writing, get the areas that will be serviced under school transportation?
We have a number of new routes that have been suggested, which we are working out. However, the original allocation was 17 million. We would have wired in some money here, so we would have a revised estimate of 19 million. And the actual amount paid out based on our records up to the end of the fiscal is 23 million, with 21 million going to PTSD with the current routes. So we do have a number of new routes that we would like to service, and we may need to, as we did in this last fiscal, via in some money to include those new routes, because the 20 million that is registered here and allocated is actually less than what we would have paid to PTSD in this fiscal.
Understood. And as for the provision of the routes to the House, would that be
Yes,
possible?
we can provide the routes in writing.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honourable Minister, on that same line item, are there outstanding arrears with respect to payment of these maxi operators?
So there would be payment up to June of this year. So we have one bill that would be outstanding for the rest of that fiscal, which would just cover a couple of weeks in July, and then new bills from this fiscal, this academic year.
And how soon that is expected to be cleared?
Once the budget is read and passed.
Moving on to another line item, Mr. Deputy Chair.
Same line item?
No, another line item. I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 22, short-term employment.
Proceed.
Minister, from the estimate in 2024, this line item was budgeted at 24 million. However, what we're seeing in the revised estimate is 39 million. Can the Minister account for this increase in spend on this line item?
We have had an increase in the payments going for CXC. This line item deals with short-term staff as well as staff for the SEA, primary school leaving, Trinidad and Tobago National Learning Assessment, CAPE and CSEC. In this fiscal, we would have had increases in those examinations and the payments for those examinations, and so that would have accounted for an increase in our short-term payment vote. And we actually, based on the projection, we may have to wire funds into this vote because the payment for the CXC markers and so on, as well as those other examinations, is an increase that we will see this year.
Okay, so even though we're seeing a 7 million decrease here, what you're saying is we may have to supplement it as we go forward with environment.
As we'd had to do this year as well.
Also, yes. Also, Madam Minister, line item 16, with respect to contract employment, when we look at the revised estimate for 2024, it's at 186 million. However, the actual spend for 2023 was at 206 million. That's a difference of about $20 million there. Can you provide us with an explanation for that difference of 20 million?
In the last fiscal, we have a total number of contract positions filled 2,182. We would have made some increases in the last fiscal, and so that would have increased the amount paid out under that vote.
Minister, the actual figure for 2023 that is in front of us in the book. Now, I know you have different figures from what we are working with because you would have had the updated figures, but the figures that we are working with is the actual figure for 2023 is $206,957,555. What we have for 2024 revised estimate is $186,419,600. You want to help us with updating that figure for us so that we could understand the conversation here? Because that's a difference of approximately $20 million, and it's not an increase.
The actual revised figure, so the original figure is 206 million. The actual revised figure that we have up to the end of the fiscal is 215 million.
Wow. Okay, well, I guess that will explain it.
That's what I referenced, the increase. Yeah.
Okay.
Moving on, I want to go to Caroni Central. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Honorable Minister. Line item 23, fees. Can you indicate what provisions are made under this line item for the payment of fees? I see it's almost constant at 46 million for every fiscal.
This covers CXC exam fees. It covers the January CSEC examinations, also the SEA examinations, the June examinations, CAPE as well as CSEC, Pearson examination fees, Cambridge A-level examination fees. It also covers the brokerage for the examinations to clear the papers and so on. And it covers the ICT division's fees for the usage of the, some of the software, the Microsoft software and so on. That's what is included in this vote.
Okay, thank you. Another line item 37, janitorial services. Can you tell me whether under this line item, will also include pest control services will be encompassed under janitorial services? No, thank you.
Item in anticipation, covers out.
Well, I wanted to ask on other contractors.
Okay, hold on. Clarity, Madam Minister.
Yes, I want to clarify that not pest control for schools. If the ministry has to have it, yes, under that, but not for schools. So I'm not sure which one the member meant.
Schools.
Okay, so no. Yeah.
So covers out.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, under other contracted services, this $20 million.
Please.
28 other contracted services.
Proceed.
Yeah. With respect to the $20 million that is allocated here for 2025, this will fully take care of expenditure for school transport?
I just answered Member for Tabakit with that. The expenditure this year was 21 million, and we still have July, which is just a week in July, that is outstanding. So no, if it follows the same trend, then no. More will have to be provided in, as we had to do this year.
Okay. But no contractors are owed any substantial amount of money?
No.
Okay.
Item 00. Kuvanot, member.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I would like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 43, security services. Madam Minister, this would involve payment to MTS as well for security at all the primary and secondary schools?
Yes.
Honourable Minister, the figures we have in front of us here, for the actual for 2023, is $227,426,213. However, the revised estimate for 2024 is only $186 million. Now, I raise this issue against the backdrop with the amount of school violence that we are seeing happening outside there and the recurring call from the various stakeholders for us to increase security for our students while they are in school and even outside of the school perimeters. Madam Minister, is any kind of increase in security services at our school to curb the school violence situation being taken into consideration in budgeting for 2025?
What you see reflected in terms of payment, and the actual figure to the end of the fiscal is 191 million. What you see reflected would be based on the bills we have before us. The actual billing for all the security services for 1 year is estimated at 255 million. So what you see as the original, the actual spend is more than that. So what happens is when, at the end of the year, we'll pay all the bills we have, but there will be bills going into the other fiscal that apply to the last fiscal. So the actual amount that is expended for one fiscal is actually more than that original allocation that is budgeted there. So to answer your question directly, because I believe your question was premised on the fact that we had allocation that was not being used, but that is not so.
All right, well, taking into consideration that the figures in front of us is not the figures that you have in front of you that we can't work with to deal with the specific issue that I made reference to with respect to the school violence, can you advise if it is in 2025 the ministry is taking into consideration beefing up and adding additional security support for our schools to provide safety and security for our children out there?
Minister did answer you, but again, I'll give you the opportunity again to add, if you need to add anything there, Madam Minister.
Based on what is available, and as I would explain, the annual allocation is less than what we will be billed for, and therefore we will have to wire funds into this. What we'll be working on is ensuring that the correct strength of officers go to the schools when they are assigned, because that has been something that we have been working on to ensure that we get value for the money.
Member for Couva South.
On this issue of figures, again, the same line item, Minister, and I heard you speak about additional money in terms of bills from MTS. With the increase in the minimum wage by $3, this sum could increase substantially then?
That increase was accounted for.
In this figure here? Yes. Okay.
Item 005, secondary education. Item 006, primary education. Item 007, district services division, and now we are now on page 176. Item 008, Rudranath Kapildeo Learning Resource Center. Item 009, Early Childhood Care and Education Unit. Item 011, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry. Item 014, National Examinations Council, page 178. Item 015, Spanish Secretariat. Item 016, Scholarships and Advanced Training Division. Member for Tabakit, I recognize you.
Thank you. Minister, line item 16, contract employment. The Scholarship and Advanced Training Division is the administrative arm of the bursaries distribution. And I know I've spoken to a number of students who face some challenges administratively in terms of getting the process through to having their bursaries paid out. Is this contract employment, we have an estimate of 20.2 million in fiscal 2024, of which 18.5 was utilized, and we're estimating 18.5 in fiscal 2025. With the contract employment that we have here estimated for, is it sufficient to afford a smooth sailing in terms of the administration of the bursaries?
Minister.
Students do have some issues with regards to scholarships and bursaries, some on the side of the ministry, some on the side of the student. One of the issues would be that we do have to increase the liaison sometimes with some of our students, and we have some vacant positions that are present here, and we would be working to fill some of these positions as well. But this vote also deals with the associate professionals and the payments to them.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 006, primary education. Item 007, district services division. Item 008, Rudranath Kapildeo Learning Resource Center. Item 009, early childhood care and education unit. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. We are now on page 180. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 004, international bodies. Item 006, educational institutions. We are on pages 182 and 183. Recognize the member for Faizabad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, if we look at item 29 on page 182, the estimate of $9,500,000 for grants for students enrolled at private special schools. Can you indicate the number of private special schools and how many students will benefit from this?
13 private special schools are paid for. I don't have the number of students before me at each one of them, but I can provide that in writing.
And together with the list of the schools as well, Minister? I said the list of the schools as well, if you can provide that in
I can call the list of the schools. Ashes, Learning Center. Sorry.
13?
Beyond 20. Yeah, 13 schools.
Okay.
Ashes Learning Center, the Life Center, the Rio Claro Learning and Development Center for Special Children, Immortel Children's Center for Special Education, Palmera's Learning Center, Strategic Learning and Special Education Institute, Eternal Light Vocational School, Happy Venture School, Serval Special School, National Center for Persons with Disabilities, New Beginnings Educational Center, Charis Works Christian Academy, and Goodwill Industries of the West Indies.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Chair, if I can follow up with one more question.
Yeah, member for Faizabad, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're on page, Minister, page 183, item 63, student nurses stipend, with the sum of 2024, 11,545,000, and then the estimate similar for 2025. Can you say how many nurses will benefit from these stipends?
In 2023, we had 880 students. In 2025, the projection is 1,272.
And Minister, are there any outstanding stipends for students?
No.
It's all covered. One last question, Mr. Chair, if you may.
Member for Faizabad, go ahead.
So on the same page, Madam Minister, School of Nursing, the allocation in 2024, the estimate was 8.2 million, and the revised estimate was 3.7 million, and we are back in 2025 to 8.2. Can you explain the decrease or the lack of spend in 2024? What was the reason?
The actual revised allocation we have up to the end with fiscal is 6.3 million. And we have consolidated the Ministry of Education as School of Nursing into COSTAT. So the allocation is 8.2 because we would be anticipating that we have more students being able to join as well as more staff. So that has happened at this time. And so we're anticipating that as it ramps up, it will utilize the 8.2 and even more.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I recognize member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 19, Civil Junior Life Centres. Minister, in 2024, this estimate at 10.6 million. What we're seeing here in the revised estimate is only 3.6 that was utilized. Can you explain why it is this 10.6 was not utilized for civil?
The actual expenditure up to the end of the fiscal utilized the entire $10 million. But it was 10.6 the original allocation, but it utilized 10 million. Therefore, we are going to have to wire funds into this vote to be able to accommodate the 10 junior life centers that are in operation.
And Minister, I see in 2025, what was actual in 2010 is projected at 3.6 million. Okay, so you are budgeting to via.
We will have to via to maintain the 10 centers.
Can you advise the amount of participants, beneficiaries, students that benefit from this program?
In 2023-24, there were 317 students.
I recognize the member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, and good afternoon, Minister. Minister, I'd like to raise line item 39, 40, 41, and 44, and 40, 41, and 44. And line item 39 is advanced nursing education, and its allocation has been static at 300,000 for 2023, 2024, and into 2025. Line item 39, advanced nursing education, as well has been static at 300,000 as well. And line item 40, medical postgraduate program at 500,000 for 2023, 2024, and 2025. And line item 44, subsidies to Mount Hope students, is at 21 million for all 3 years as well. In these 4 line items, Minister, is the allocation for 2025 sufficient, or is there a demand for a greater amount of funding going forward for these 4 line items with regards to medical students?
With regards to the amounts allocated, these are the agreed amounts based with the UE, on discussions with the UE. With regards to 44, UE has some backdated funds that we are now addressing, which date back to 2007, and so they have asked us to look at the allocation here because they are discussing with us some increased funding based on funding that needs to be added to this on the number of students that have been there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bartiaris and one member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'm on line item 24, the Grants to Government Secondary Schools Education Program. Minister, can you give us an indication of the criteria for this grant? It's a grant for the Government Secondary Schools Education Program.
School.
Line item 44.
24?
24, sorry, yes, 24.
Right. You have to be a government secondary school.
And so if there's a need of any repairs or works, a school could apply under here? No?
No, this is a standard grant given to all government secondary schools.
Okay, thanks.
Member for Cuba South.
Minister, 33, grant to private secondary schools. That has been decreased by $40 million in 2025. Could you advise the meeting what would have accounted for?
This vote pays Bishop's Trinity East, and for fiscal 2023, there was an arrears that needed to be paid, so that was paid in 24, and so that extra 40 million was budgeted there. The actual payment or agreement is 50 million a year, and so for 2025, that's what is budgeted.
Okay.
Arising out of...
Oh, hold on. I had, okay, member for St. Augustine, your colleague Gabriel. Yeah.
Right, so I just wanted to know if the full amount of the arrears have been covered and if the amount will be covered in the current fiscal based on the allocation.
Yes and yes.
Yes, Member for Couva North.
Yes, thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. And I would like to refer the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 56, the Tobago Technology Centre, as I take the opportunity to congratulate our Chief Whip MP for Pointe-a-Pierre for this project where he would have delivered on the MIC. Minister, I recognize that there's a decrease of 1.298 million for the Tobago Technology Centre. Can you explain the reason for that decrease?
I'm here. For fiscal 2024, we had to supplement this vote in the amount of 1.8 million. And the original provision was 4 million. So we supplemented it in this fiscal, and if we are required to, the actual expenditure under this vote up to the end of the fiscal was 5.8 million. So if we are required to supplement this vote based on the 4.6 million allocation, we will, because we did it before, and we will continue to do that. There is no reduction in the offerings to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Item 007, households. No, hold on. Under households? Come on, member, man. No, but member, look how long, we are in it that long, and okay. Proceed, member for Bajra Sana.
Thank you very much. Minister, I just want to follow up on a question from my colleague for Couva South, the grant to private secondary schools. 33. Yes.
Schools.
Yes. Minister, you confirm that that grant was for 2 secondary schools?
That covers Bishop Anstey High School East, Trinity College East, and Trinity College and Bishop's 6th Form, 3 schools.
Can you give the disaggregation of how that $90 million was distributed among the 3 schools?
It is $50 million for the year. The $90 million covered the $50 million payment plus a $40 million back arrears, and that was paid in 2024. $50 million is the amount going forward, and that is based on the submission of a budget coming from the administration of these schools.
Okay, so the $90 million was paid in fiscal 2024 to cover arrears for 2023 and 2024 allocation. Yes. And then moving forward, $50 million is for 2025.
Yes.
Can you give us a disaggregation of the fees for 2025, how it will be distributed amongst the 3 schools?
Once the schools submit their bills, then we can look at what can be provided.
Okay. Item 007, households. Tabakit, you, member for Tabakit, you on this line item?
I am.
All right, so we're on pages 183 and 184, members.
Thank you.
Right? Couva South, you will be next, but right now, Tabakit.
I am on line item 1515, Student Support Services Program. Minister, there's been a great amount of discourse nationally about the student support services and whether or not we are meeting our requirement in terms of student support services officers and guidance counselors. I'm seeing under the program, under this line item, $265,000 estimated, no revised estimate, and $265,000 going forward. So if you can give me an idea of what occurred in fiscal 2024 that we have no revised estimate, and how do we intend on spending this $265,000 in fiscal 2025?
Up to the end of the fiscal, the $265,000 was completely expended. This is used for the programs of the division, inclusive education, special education intervention, national parenting program, annual career fair days, career development sessions, career manuals, specialized services such as diagnostic testing, speech and language assessment and therapy, required for, psychological testing, training for special education staff, training for guidance counselors, psychologists, school social workers, and training in restorative practices. Where possible, these officers use the services of other ministries and other divisions so that they can obtain these services and these trainings for free. And of course, they also very much shave some of the frills off of some of their training programs, so they may not have food and drink and refreshment to be able to run some of these programs so that we meet the needs of the students. Of course, they would love to have more than this, but they fully utilize their allocation within the schools to run the programs that they can. Okay. And they also benefit from the schools and the principals who assist them to carry out to the best of their ability with their allocations as well.
Thank you. And line item 19, retraining program for displaced workers. We have estimated $6.9 million. In fiscal 2024, how many persons benefited from the retraining program for displaced workers?
I don't have that figure with me. We'll provide it to you in writing.
No problem.
What's out?
Chairman, Minister 42 school supplies and book grant. I remember the Minister of Finance stating in his budget presentation that this book grant will be given out in 2025 using the same means test in 2024, and it will cost the government $20 million unestimated. But I'm seeing no allocation in the 2025 estimates under this line item.
Suspicious.
We received the funding in the midterm of last year, and we would expect that we would receive it in the midterm of this current financial year.
And this, Minister, on another note in respect to this said line item, if you could be a bit vigilant with your school principals and so on, because as a member of parliament, I've encountered where parents have come to me after the deadline date passed for applying for this grant, and they said they didn't know their children was never told about it and so on. So if we could have a very effective awareness campaign.
Okay, member, again, we're going into the operational, but see, no, hold on. You're going into the operational, but seeing, hold on, but seeing that you have identified it, hold on, member, seeing that you have identified it, I'll give the minister the opportunity to make a response.
Just to note that your point is noted. However, this was widely advertised on social media, and therefore, not only the principals, but the parents also, we ask you to follow the ministry on our social media handles so that you can be updated when the ministry has initiatives such as these. Right?
Sure.
Every parent has access to...
Okay. Okay, thanks, members. Shigonas East, you want a question here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, under line item 42, school supplies and book grants, given the allocation in 2024, the revised estimate, and now 2025, several parents who would have applied for the book grant and received the call of them being approved, they still have not received the grant, and school has started. They have been running to their school supervisors' offices, etc., and they still have no response. I'm not sure what's the ministry's position on this. If you can just give some clarification so those parents can have that.
MP, quite a number of, we have over yes, maybe two.
Again, I have proper title. A title.
I said MP. Oh, MP for sure. I said MP. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have over 200 parents who we have queries for. Some of them, wrong bank account number, even though they had been approved, wrong bank account number, wrong name on the check, and so on. So we have quite a number of persons who are in that position as well. Some persons, even though they were approved, we might have asked them for additional information which would not have been provided in the time. So there are a number of persons who we really tried to help at the end, but the fiscal year was upon us. So there are a number of persons who still can receive based on the last, and once we have all of the information, we will do our best to assist them as we move forward. And when we put out the advertisement this time, and I know members of parliament will be also helping us to spread the word based on the number of applications we get back. It may well be that we have over the amount for the 20 million, and that at that point we'll approach the Minister of Finance because we want to really help as many as we can.
Where are we? Couva South, Couva North.
Yeah. On household, same
households.
Head.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 41, remedial education. Minister, from our actual spend in 2023 of 12.6 million, what we're seeing here in the revised estimate is 7 million. Can you explain the reason for such a significant decrease in this line item?
The actual spend up to the end of the fiscal is 10 million based on our records, and some of the items that have been budgeted for under this, we have used other line items to be able to support them, such as the contract, employment, and so on. So all that we contracted to do here, we would have done it completely, and so the allocation of 8 million that we have for this fiscal should be sufficient to cover. If we have to via in, we will, but the total utilization was 10 million.
Can you advise how much persons would have benefited from this 10 million in 2024?
We have 106 schools of focus and 80 primary schools and 26 secondary schools, which cover over 18,000 students.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister attention to line item 02, the National Schools Dietary Services Limited. Minister, I see from the actual in 2023 of 270.7 million.
All right, let me just call the item. Item 009, other transfers. Right, proceed. Proceed, member.
Okay.
Item 011, transfer to state enterprises. Right, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. And to the Honourable Minister, under line item 02, National Schools Dietary Services Limited, can you advise the reason for this $10 million reduction in the 2025 estimate versus the 2023 actual from 270 million down to 260 million?
Minister.
There has not been any reduction in the meals provided. So it was just a matter of using a bit less money, but there's not been any reduction in the number of meals or the number of schools served.
So is it that we are going to, is it something that will have to be supplemented in mid-year, or is it that we are cutting back on the cost of the meals?
We have not cut back on the cost of the meals in this fiscal either. So it is just a matter of what was actually required to be used in that fiscal, in the last fiscal, and that is the 268 million. And so they have been providing the same amount of service, same level of service to both the schools, the students, as well as the same price to their suppliers.
All right, thank you, Madam Minister. Line item
Additional?
07.
Okay, go ahead.
Line item 07. MIC, the National Skills Development Program, from an actual spend in 2023 of 40.8 million, the estimate for 2025 is at 33.9. Minister, can you advise the reason for this decrease in the allocation for 2025?
Last year, we were required to wire in 12 million into this line item. So to ensure that there's no reduction in the service to the citizens, if we are required this year to wire, which is likely, we will have to wire some funds into this line item.
Member for Bartara Sanwan.
Thank you very much. Line item 20, which deals with the loan for the financing of critical works at 27 government secondary schools. Minister, the repairs at the St. George's College would have come out from this line item for the critical repair to the Barataria building, and they were then shifted to Valsin, and now we're back at Barataria. What I want to ask, Minister, if you can give us a breakdown of the expenditure in terms of the $10 million was utilized for the repair works at that school?
10 million was utilized for the roofing and the ceiling works, as well as electrical and painting, and Do you want a breakdown of that?
If you can provide the
Sure, we can provide
contractors.
the actual figures. I believe it came up to a little less than the 10 million actually, but that is what it was provided for, and that work was completed, allowing the school to move back to its original baratary.
Can you also kindly provide the list of the contractors that were utilized for the work also?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Member for St. Augustine, still up.
Yes, my question is on 02 under National School Dietary Service. My question to the Minister, has the increase in the cost of raw materials to provide meals impacted on the cost of meals to schools, or perhaps even the companies who prepare the meals? Because it may have an impact on, for instance, the profit margin, and then there's a possibility of caterers trying to keep within the cost of the food items, and they may compromise the quality of the meals, the value in terms of the nutritional value and so on. That is my concern. So the question is really, has there been a consideration for increase for the cost of meals to maintain the standards, the nutritional value?
In 2022, I believe, there was a $1 increase in the price of meals that was approved for the NSDSL to cater for the increases in prices over the years, that they hadn't had a price increase for quite a few years.
Is this increase in terms of the dollar value applied attached to any indicators such as the cost of living or the percentage rise in food or anything like that? Do you work with a percentage that you can move upwards?
Yes, those things were considered.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. New book, item 004, statutory boards, and we're on page 171. Honorable members, we'll now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 01, National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, Minor Equipment Purchases. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. 12, Board of Industrial Training. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. We are now on page 177. Item 001, General Administration. 13, Trinidad and Tobago National Commission for UNESCO. We are on page 182. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Members, man, you all should be with me. 182. Everybody on page 182? Nice. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. We move on to 56, College of Science, Technology and Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago. We are on page 187. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. I recognize Kuva Note.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. Minister, from an actual spend in 2023 of 2.2 million, what we are seeing here in the revised estimate is 1.4 million. Can you explain the reason for this decrease in the revised estimates of 2024?
These, I do not have with me the actual up to the end of September 30th indication. However, these figures are pretty standard. They would vary very little based on retirement of staff and so on if you haven't replaced the staff. But I would doubt that the actual figure at the end of 2024 would have been such a sharp decrease, which is why for 2025, the budgeted amount would have reflected what was given in 2024.
Thank you, Minister. At the end of the financial year, can you advise if there are existing vacant positions that arise during the fiscal term?
We can provide that in writing for COSTAT.
Thank you.
It had to do with the increase to the salaries and cost of living allowance. Yes, 01.
Okay.
Under personal expenditure.
Sure.
I note there is an increase in the allocation for salaries and cost of living allowance. And my question is whether you now have increased staff or at this institution, or what accounts for the increase in allocation?
The increase just reflects what is the difference between what is the revised estimate and the current estimate. If you look at what was estimated in 2024, it is the same as what is estimated in 2025. So there's no dramatic increase in the numbers of staff there.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. We're on page 187. Member for Couva North.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. To the Honourable Minister, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 16, contract employment. From what was estimated in 2024 of 60 million, only 53.6 was utilized. Can you explain the reason for the difference between the estimate and the revised estimate for this line item, please?
I can inquire from COSTAT regarding what was their last figure up to the end of the fiscal year 2024 and compare that with what was estimated as the original figure and supply that in writing.
Would you be able to also provide us with the vacant position under this line item 16 that
yes.
I see an increase of 1.3 for 2025 vacant position that they intend to fill in the upcoming fiscal term?
Again, the increase is only relative to what was
revised,
what is listed here as the revised. So based on what was in 2024, it's actually a decrease. So I would not imagine that that would arise.
But would you be able to provide us with the information if it is that the organization intends to fill vacant positions?
We can provide the vacant positions. We can provide the, if there's any intention, if they have that information at hand, certainly we will ask COSTAT to provide.
Also for line item 23, Mr. Deputy Chair, with respect to fees, Minister, would you be able to give us a breakdown of what these fees were paid for and who were the recipient of it?
That
payment?
It is the banner license renewal, COSTAT's enterprise resource planning software, and other license renewals.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases.
02, Chair.
No, but you didn't
If you
identify,
allow me.
member.
Repairs and maintenance to the buildings under 02, goods and services.
No, members, please. I think we are given ample time. Even though one particular member is on the floor, you can still identify. The procedural clerk will so identify your name and we'll get it done. Right? So I don't want to say this will be the last opportunity, but proceed, member.
Thank you so much for your graciousness. Yes. So looking at the allocation for repairs and maintenance to buildings, and while this is previously institutions under the Ministry of Education would have fallen under EFCL, my question is in terms of managing the whole repairs and maintenance of buildings at COSTAT, who has that responsibility? Is it in-house? Is it there a state agency? Or how is this done in terms of...
That manages that.
Equipment purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Different book, Consolidated Fund. Item 004, Social Infrastructure, and we're on page 69. Page 69. D, vocational and technical. Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Chair. With regards to the establishment of the Diego Martin Hype Center, the MIC Center, I see that there is almost twice as much in terms of the allocation for this year. Can you indicate if the percentage completion, because this has been going on for some time, the percentage completion of this project, and what is the anticipated date of completion?
This title may be a bit misleading. This is an established center, and the funds that are required in this vote are used for continued upgrade works of the facility. So the $400,000 that is estimated for this year is to supply a public address system and to procure culinary equipment.
So it's operational at this time?
It's operational.
Okay, thanks.
Member for Couva-North.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 002, Sangre Grande Hype Center. Minister, the 1.5 that was estimated for 2024, we're not seeing any of that utilized in the revised estimate. Can you explain why, please?
This is a planned joint project with the Ministry of Youth Development, and so we anticipated that we would need this amount this year. However, we would be using it in the next fiscal. We've allocated that to purchase outfitting for the offices and classrooms and the workshops at that center.
Member for Tabakit.
Mr. Deputy Chair, I'm moving on to line item education services. So I'll wait till you call that head.
All right. Member for St. Augustine, you have a question here?
Yes, on item 003, the construction of the Hype Admin Center at Omera Center. That's the name of the line item. And my question is, I know there's a UTT campus at Omera. Is this part of the campus? It says the Omera Center.
No. No, sorry. This title, again, might be a bit misleading. It's an established center, and the vote is used for continuous upgrade. So the funding that is applied for this year would be for the installation of 5 hose reels and fume extractors, and an upgrade of the southern parcel of land for the expansion of the Hype program offerings at the center.
All right. What is the address of this Hype Center?
I provided in writing. I don't have the address in front of me.
Okay.
Educational services. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, I'm on line item 006, the establishment of undergraduate scholarship scheme for students with disabilities. We have an estimate for fiscal 2024 of $400,000 with no revised estimate. Can we account for that? Is it that there were no applicants, or?
There were no applicants under this. We have received cabinet approval to continue this program, and therefore we are going to be a bit more proactive in advertising the grant because we are not receiving applicants. So we'll be doing that in the upcoming couple of weeks so that we can have persons apply for this scholarship that's available.
Okay, thank you.
Member for St. Augustine.
I am under educational services scholarships under 002, President's Medal and Non-Advanced Level Examinations. In the last fiscal, you had, was it a shortfall in terms of the releases? You had a spend that was far lower than your allocation in 2024. And there have been numerous instances of late releases, students not getting disbursements on time and so on. Can you account for what might have led to the shortfall in spending under this item in last fiscal?
002 deals with the President Medal and...
Yes.
Right, so those are particular students, not all of the scholarship students. Yes. And the allocation allows for the spend depending on what their studies are. So from time to time, depending on what they choose, it's more expensive or it's less expensive. So the revised allocation of 750,000 is a reflection of what was required in that time based on the students who are covered under this vote.
So they were fully covered in the last fiscal?
Yes, 7 students.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to refer the Minister's attention to Project 004, National Additional Scholarship based on Advanced Level Examination. Minister, this line item, this project was estimated in 2024 at 178 million. However, we see only 95 million being utilized here in the revised estimate. Can you explain why there's a significant decrease in the utilization of the funds that was allocated for scholarships in 2024?
The decrease in G004 should be compared with the increase in G007, which is a new vote that deals with the bursaries. The policy has been moved from 400 scholarships to 100 scholarships and 500 bursaries, 600 in all, as opposed to 400, and therefore there are less students being covered by G004 and more students being covered by G007.
Minister, yes, Minister, the project that you are making reference to, 007, that is 48 million we see out of the 40 million. Out of the 40 million, the increase in the revised estimate is only 8 million. From 40 million to 48 million. However, what we're seeing in 004, the Advanced Level Examination Scholarship, we move from 178 million down to 95 million. That is $83 million that should have gone towards a scholarship for students was not utilized by the ministry. That 8 million that you are referring to with the increase in the revised estimate for 007 in no way compares to the 83 million that was not utilized. So can you explain to us why it is this was not utilized to be given out to the students?
Allow me to update the members' records. The national bursary is directed at our regional university, UE, and it allows more students to occupy those places rather than send a few students for very expensive studies abroad. So therefore, in fact, what you are seeing at G007 represents utilization of our regional university for more students at a lower cost rather than G004, where we were applying more money for less students, doing more with less, and that's the hallmark of the PNM education system.
Minister, that still does not explain why it is the funds that were allocated, because you came here and we would have gone through this last year, and 178 million was promised for advanced level scholarships. But what we are seeing here is promises being made and not being delivered. And that is the hallmark of your administration. You are right about that. That is the hallmark.
Certainly not.
Promises not being delivered.
As a matter of fact,
one question here, Minister.
Matter of fact, I understand that the member would not fully understand how this is utilized. 178 million may be allocated, but it depends how much is expended, depends on the course of study that is utilized by the students, similar to what we would have explained for 002. So you put an allocation there, and it depends on how many students and what they choose to study, because as you know, member, some courses of study are more expensive than others. And therefore, a student studying under G004 doing a medical degree in Ireland would expend millions of dollars, as opposed to a student under G007 studying at our world-class regional university, UE, and that medical degree, same degree, would cost them substantially less. And that is what we are speaking about.
Member for St. Augustine. Member for St. Augustine.
Can the minister provide for us the number of students in the last fiscal, in 23 and 24, please, who benefited under 002, 004, and 007?
7 students under 002, 456 students under 004, and 709 students under 007.
And
follow-up, member? Moving on.
was that for 24? If you had it, 23 and 24.
Yes, that's what I. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. J, science, technology. We're going to J, right. Science, technology, and applied arts. Proceed, member.
Thank you most kindly, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 005, Eastern Caribbean Institute of Agriculture and Forestry Improvement to Facilities. Minister, what we have in front of us here is 4 million allocated in 2024. However, only 1.2 was utilized or reported in the revised estimates. Can you provide us with an update of the figures and what outstanding works is still to be done under this project item?
The project completed in the last fiscal by UTT at ECIAF was the upgrading of the milking parlor, and that was 100% complete. With regard to this fiscal, they're upgrading the canteen, dining area, and the flooring at the Hibiscus building, as well as the installation of high-security fencing around the farm and installation of perimeter fencing south of the campus. That's what's planned with the allocation for this fiscal.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. We're on page 72. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I am on line item 044, Digital Education Program. $15 million was estimated for fiscal 2024, of which $2 million was utilized, and we're looking at another $15 million in 2025. So can we account for what was done with $2 million and what is required to be done in fiscal 2025 that we're expecting to utilize $15 million?
This line item covers two projects, the ebook and the numeracy project. The ebook platform, both were tendered. The ebook platform, that is now being addressed with the awardee, and the amount is in the amount of $4 million. The numeracy platform, that was awarded in an amount of $2.4 million. And so they are both ongoing, and the allocation in this current fiscal will be the full implementation of these two projects.
Thank you.
F, public buildings. Member for Couva North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Mr. Deputy Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to Project 27, building of the International Fine Cocoa Innovation Center. Minister, this project was estimated in 2024 at 4.9. However, only 1 million was utilized. Can you explain why?
This is a project that is carried out by UBI. In the last fiscal, the phase 1 was completed at $981,000, and that's the installation and commissioning of the factory equipment. In the next fiscal, this project continues with phase 2, which is further expansion to increase capability and capacity of the center, and equipment should be supplied and delivered at $1.8 million, and then there's retention that is to be paid for the phase 1, which was completed this year, of $400,000.
Member for Couva South.
Just following up. Yeah, just following up on that, Minister, I understand phase 1 was completed, they said, at 981,000. Can you explain the reason why it is the full allocation was not utilized, and what was the delays? What caused the inability
full
to
contract
utilize?
value is $8.9 million. Sorry. The full contract value is $8.9 million, which is being paid as the phases are complete. And so phase 1 was complete, so that is the allocation that was utilized. And as phase 2 is complete, they will utilize what is carried for there. And if they perchance increase ahead of schedule, they will be able to utilize more.
Member for Couva South.
Minister, 042, emergency repair refurbishment works to schools. Is classified as a new project. $19 million is projected to be spent. Could you provide us with where this sum will be spent? And is in that list, is there any allocation for Dow Village Government Primary School or the California Government Primary School?
83 projects have already been allocated and are ongoing under this particular line item. I cannot say.
Okay, well, you could provide that in writing.
I could provide that in writing.
We could use the other avenues for your additional questions. I'll recognize member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, with regards to the CM042, I wanted to know if the minister could say if ventilation or air circulation, the cooling down of classrooms would be considered underneath this new line item, because my office is bombarded consistently with purchasing fans and contributing to AC to cool down the classrooms because of the significant heat and the poor ventilations within all the classrooms throughout my constituency, all the different schools. Also, Minister, I have schools that have a rodent problem, and I don't know if this line item would facilitate with regards to that pest control, namely St. Mary's Government School.
All right. These projects were already started and awarded. Now, with regards to the fan, the ministry does do this. We know that alumni associations, PTA associations, even corporate charity will also assist to help schools out. I'm sure the member for Baratari is not here, but he can tell you that St. George's College, one of the ones that needed and has been outfitted with fans. With regard to the school making the request, and we do try to assist, so remember, we will be in touch with the school. Which school is it? Right.
So I have requests from Richard Douglas Presbyterian, I have from Penal Rock Road School, I have St. Mary's School, so different schools.
Well, we'll take a note of it and try to assist.
I could
you could always provide it. Remember, you could always provide it to the minister.
Yes. And with respect to rodents, the corporations usually assist us with baiting because that is a problem that arises from time to time. And so they usually assist us with that. Where it's required, we also would employ a private company if what we are doing through the corporations is not giving us the required result. But we also play a role in advising and looking at what's happening at the school, ensuring that they are disposing of their garbage correctly, because that is also a big problem that causes the rodent infestation.
Thank you. Arising out of the minister's response, the rat baiting usually falls under the regional corporation, but we have pigeon infestations in schools as well that the regional corporations cannot handle. I'm sure you're aware of the situation at Curep Presbyterian Primary School, and in that case, can you indicate if a private contractor will be engaged in this situation or what?
For pigeon infestation, it is the private contractors that we engage. And once again, we do sensitize the school on the disposal, because the lunches that are disposed of many times encourage the pigeons and so on. And so we get those problems. So we do fund the both ends. And yes, we do use private contractors.
So can you confirm if the Curep Presbyterian School will be treated properly?
We will have to look into it. I'm not sure if that is.
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to make an appeal to you, because it's not just pigeons visiting the school. They have made nests. They are living there. It's affecting the students in terms of whatever they give off.
Remember, we will take a look at Curep Presbyterian to see what's happening.
Thank you.
As you know, we are not immune to the needs of the school.
Caroni Central.
Thank you. Building on the response of the Honourable Minister for the member from Moruga Tableland. Yes, 40.
Okay.
Presal Secondary School, there has been...
Members, hold on. The Minister made it clear that all situations will be looked at. Again, you're asking an operational question. We have other avenues where that can be put in place with regard to the parliamentary procedure. So what are you going to ask? What it is? What school?
Well, you don't know why I'm asking.
Well, what school?
Presal
and what's the situation with the school? What's the situation with the school member?
What?
Member, what's the situation with the school?
The school has been shut down because of a rodent infestation, at least for the last 2 weeks and a half. I'm sure the minister knows of that.
Once again, Chairman, minister? I'm going to answer this one, but The school has not been shut down. There's a rodent issue similar to what the member just mentioned and similar to what I just answered that is currently being treated, and I'm sure the member of parliament is aware that the regional corporation has been working on this issue for at least 2 weeks. The school is not shut down. A portion of the school where the problem was most prevalent was cordoned off and baited, and they have been constantly, including as of today, going to the school, checking the bait, and making sure that it has not been tampered with, as we found in some of the cases. In the areas of the school where there has not been the infestation or where they are able to eradicate, we have sanitized those areas and they are available for student attendance. What we have done over today and tomorrow, we are going to bathe the entire school. That is going on as we speak, member. And so we are going to bathe and sanitize so that from next week the students can return, because we realize that the partial baiting, which is what was being done, maybe was not as effective as we hoped it would be. But the school has not been shut down. We are in active collaboration with the corporation dealing with the issue of rodents as arises in many schools from time to time.
Honorable members.
Just a
additional?
Yes. Just a small intervention. I hope the member for Caroni Central was not trying to mislead the House by saying that the school was shut down. Or is it that he doesn't know what's happening in his constituency?
Up to yesterday, Honorable
Chairman,
the information I have up to yesterday was that the classes were, there was a classes, the students were put on benches outside for the entire day. If that is not shutting down a school,
and again,
I don't know what the member for
again,
Aruka Maloli means.
Okay, point taken. Minister, you want to have the final say on this aspect, or you're comfortable?
I think I've said what is...
Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure, page 196. We are at page 196. A, pre-primary. I recognize member for Couva South.
002, Minister. Improvement, refurbishment, extensions to ECC Center. This $4 million allocation, is there any provision for the Sonny Ladu Early Childhood Education Center?
I will check it and reply to the minister in writing.
You know, I've...
Mr. Deputy Chair, and to the Honourable Minister, line item 01 and 02, can you advise us as well if the Waterloo ECC Centre is being considered under these project here?
No, not under these. The member is referring to one of the schools, and member, I did check. We had a sidebar conversation. Based on my information, that school is one of the EFCL projects that requires some legal and financial work to be completed. There are a number of the ECCE centers, and so we will be looking at the phase 3 of completion of those schools, which, as the member knows, were not provided for in terms of funding, and we will make our best effort to include as many of those ECCE centers as possible.
B.
Can the minister advise if the Orange Valley ECC Center is also in that same category as you explained, or will it fall under Project 01 and 02? Orange Valley ECC Center.
Remember, that is not an operational center, so it is probably in the same position as the others that I referred to.
Well, Madam Minister, what we're seeing here in Project 001, for 2024, $5 million was allocated to this project. However, in the revised estimate, only $500,000 was utilized. That's $4.5 million that was allocated towards ECC Center is not being utilized. As we're going forward, I see $3 million here for 2025 for that project. Can the minister put some consideration into the utilization of the funds allocated for these projects for the completion of these ECC centers?
If I may update the records of the member, based on some of the very urgent needs of some of our primary and secondary schools, 2.5 million was fired out of the available 5 million that was here, and there were commitments of just over 1 million to be paid from 2023. So the actual available amount under this line item would have been in the vicinity of 1.2 million. 500 would have been paid in this fiscal, and there's a commitment of 610,000 to be paid in the next fiscal. So the actual expended amount under this line item would have been 1.1 million of an availability of approximately 1.3 million.
I was actually moving on to B, primary. Yes?
Primary?
Yes?
Okay, B, primary, page 196.
Thank you. Minister, under line item 120, the improvement, refurbishment, and extension to primary schools, as you may recall in my budget presentation, I had asked for, or I'm advocating for improved communication in terms of which schools will benefit from the refurbishment and improvement. We are looking at spending approximately $50 million in fiscal 2025. I think it would be very useful outside of the Standing Finance Committee if we would be able to have a breakdown of where we intend, which schools are likely to benefit from this $50 million, because this is not for emergency upgrades. These are pre-planned improvements and refurbishment of schools. So is it possible that we'd be able to get a listing of intended work for fiscal 2025?
Member, while this is utilized for planned work, I want to indicate that at the end of fiscal 2023, there was a 63 million commitment in this vote. Therefore, in the last fiscal, the funds that were expended here were used to pay for those commitments, and there's an additional amount that will be used in this fiscal to complete those payments. Therefore, with regards to what is planned with the 50 million, approximately 20 million is already expended, and that has to pay for what was already done. And with regards to what will be used going forward in the rest, we will be looking at what is available and how it is best utilized.
Okay, yeah, understood. So my suggestion has been that if schools can prepare themselves, if they are aware that within this fiscal year they're likely to get their needs met, we would be easing the frustration among the citizenry. I'd also like to move on to another line item, if that's possible, which is
proceed one time.
Emergency update to primary schools. Fiscal 2024, we utilized 24.3 million, thereabout. Could we have a list of the schools that benefited from the emergency upgrade under this line item, please?
Yes, there were 506 projects that were completed in across 302 schools. And remember, let me indicate that while we have planned works under 120, when we have a lot of emergency works, then we also utilize some of that funding to be able to assist there. And as you would appreciate, emergency works are the ones that would shut down a school, and therefore, where we have funding, we utilize there. So we will provide you, because of course I can't call out the 302 schools and the projects, we provide you with that in writing.
Thank you.
Member for Kuvanot.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair, and to the Honourable Minister, Minister for 120, 392, and 394. Would you also be able to provide us with the scope of the works, the scope of the contractors, the scope of works, and the sum paid?
Could you call the line items again?
120, 392, and 394.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes. The member for Tabakit made a request, and the minister gave a commitment to provide a list of schools that will you be able to provide it for all members so that we will be aware? It will go to all members? Thank you.
That's all?
That's it, yeah. Thank you.
Secondary. Member for Tabakit.
Thank you. Minister, on the same line item, 331, improvement and refurbishment, extension to secondary schools, is the same question I had on the primary schools, if we can just have the listing of the schools that will benefit. Thank
Provided.
You.
That's
331, as well as the emergency upgrade to secondary schools.
392.
Yes. Thank you.
Kuvanot, member?
And the same request as well, the contractors, the work done, and the amounts.
Sure, definitely. Minister, okay? E, special education. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,542,586,000 for head 26, Ministry of Education, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Any against? Say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,542,586,000 for head 26, Ministry of Education, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to both ministers. Just for the records, $5,542,586,000 for head 26, Ministry of Education. Thank you, ministers. Thank you, permanent secretaries, and also to the senior executives. Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry. Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry. Welcome, Madam Minister.
Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, $241,779,300. I will now invite the Minister of Trade and Industry to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
An honor to appear before the Standing Finance Committee. The Ministry of Trade and Industry continues to aggressively pursue initiatives to diversify the economy, growing exports and attracting investments in the non-energy sectors and increasing the revenue and foreign exchange earning potential of the country. And we are doing this through modernizing the regulatory environment to facilitate trade and investment, improve the ease of doing business, implementing initiatives geared towards enhancing market access for manufacturers, introducing incentives to attract investment, and building human resource capacity to support various sectors targeted for further growth. So I thank you, and I look forward to the questions from the Standing Committee.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $241,779,300 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $241,779,300 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 279. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Orput West.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. I note that there has been a $1.1 million reduction in fiscal 2024, and you've carried that reduction into fiscal 2025. Does that mean, Minister, that there are less persons employed? What would have caused the reduction in salaries and cost of living allowance?
There would have been initially some arrays of acting allowances and increments, and those would have been reduced.
Minister, can you confirm then that there are no current arrears going into fiscal 2025 under this line item?
There are some arrears of acting allowances and increments to employees who are awaiting the acting approvals from the DPA and HR unit.
Would you be able to give us an idea of what that value would be?
Yes, we have it. No, I don't have it with me, but I can always get that to you.
Sure, thank you, Minister.
Item 002, Weights and Measures Inspectorate. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Orpooch West.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Line item 23, fees. I note you had an estimate of $721,000 in fiscal 24, which you revised upwards to $2.45 million. It's a substantial jump, given that your actual spend in 23 was $361,194. So we moved from $361,000 actual 2023 to $2.5 million in 2024 revised, and then you dropped again in 2025. Minister, can you advise what would have caused this substantial increase between the revised and the revised estimate?
This was allowed for payment of arbitration fees for external counsel with regard to an arbitration matter between TTEC Incorporated and the government, and that was paid in full in 2024, resulting in that decrease.
So, Minister, can you indicate who would have represented, in fact, to whom these fees would have been paid?
The fees would have been paid to TTEC, who brought the matter
itself.
against the government of Trinidad and Tobago. So we would
Yes.
have entered into arbitration, and these fees would have been payable to them.
All right, thanks.
Member for Moruga Tibulan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, 22, could the Minister explain we had an estimate of 700 and then it doubled to 1.4 revised? How many persons benefited on the short-term employment?
Number of persons on short-term employment,
Yes.
13.
Okay. Thanks.
Item 002, Weights and Measures Inspectorate. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 007, Households. Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Orpooch West.
Thank you. Madam Minister, I'm looking at line item 23, the Trinidad and Tobago Creative Industries Company. Last year, you asked for 4.4 million, you spent 5.4 million, which is the revised figure. But there's no application for funds. There's no funds allocated or proposed to be allocated in fiscal 2025. Is it that the company is fully funded, up and running, and does not need any additional funding?
As you would
It's
know,
self-sufficient?
yeah, as you would know that the creative industries is still attended to, but under a new subhead now. There is now an amalgamated institution, the Trinidad and Tobago Trade and Investment Promotion Agency, which has absorbed the Fashion TT, Export TT, Creative Industries, and some of the elements of TTCSI. So it's not that they're not being given attention, they are now under a different subhead. It will be item 32.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead. Item 010, Other Transfers Abroad. Subhead 06, Current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies, item 004, statutory boards. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 44, Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, we are at page 451, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you. Again, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. You had a $7.4 million actual spend, a revised estimate downwards of $7.4 million in fiscal 2024. But you've gone back up to 11.9, which was your estimate for 2024, which you didn't spend. Minister, what do you propose? How do you explain, firstly, that you budgeted 11.9 in 2024 and didn't spend all, but you come back again this year to budget for the same 11.9 again? What didn't happen in 2024 that you propose will happen in 2025 that will cost us money?
Right, and that relates to the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards and the filling of vacancies, which they have committed to doing in this fiscal.
So would you then, would this bring the Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards up to full complement of staff?
That's right. They do important work, and I would like them to have a full complement of staff. But as you realize, it's very specialized work being done there, and therefore, you have to ensure that the vacancies are filled properly.
Thank you.
Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households, item 010, other transfers abroad. 45, Trinidad and Tobago. Well, I'm not going to call this, there's no allocation. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of development program. Consolidated Fund, item 003, Economic Infrastructure. F, Financial Services, we are at page 121, member for Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 016, enhancement of the single electronic window. Minister, every year we spend a considerable amount of money in terms of enhancements and upgrades, 14 million in 2024, 21 million actually spent, and then we have 25 million this year. Minister, can you identify what enhancements for that $25 million can we expect in this fiscal year? And secondly, if there are any new services option that was not available previously, is there any new services option in this year's enhancement going forward?
Yes, absolutely. So just let me get the details of this. It's not in here. So you want to look at 2024, what was achieved, and how the 21 million was spent? Yeah, so we developed, part of that went to the development and the implementation of the automated construction permit system, developed TT, which as you know, is now right throughout Trinidad and Tobago. 2 million was spent on that. Another 5.6 million was spent on provision of cloud services. Another $1 million went towards the development of the trade and business information portal. $1.7 million would have gone to the enhancement of the TT BizLink application software. $7.4 million would started the implementation of the port community system, which is, and there's a further allocation for that within the 2025 fiscal. That project will end in 2026, but you would find that there are modules that will come to life as we move on. And then there was some public awareness and project administration expenses as well. So, and going forward into 2024, we have to, there's an estimate of $25 million. And so again, you have to continue the provision of cloud services. That's another $7.8 million. You have to maintain the trade and the portal, the trade and business information portal. That's just a small amount, but every year you would have to provide for that. And then, of course, there's the continued enhanced TT-BizLink application software. Right, we have 5 more e-services, 5 new e-services to support to bring on. Having completed, I think, 14 this year. We did 14 new e-services in 2024. We're going to do another 5 in 2025 for another agency. This time we'll focus on the Trinidad Tourism Limited and assisting them, and also in scrap iron, on scrap iron. So, and then, as I said, there are several deliverables with regard to the enhanced TT-BizLink application software, where we would spend $16.6 million. The maintenance and support for existing and new services for the enhanced software. Then there is the trial version of the system, the UAT for new services, scrap metal e-services, design of the scrap metal e-service. Then there's another deliverable, training for existing services and implementation of these existing services, a final report, etc. But all these deliverables as well. And I don't know if you want me to go on, but including an exit management plan. That's all going to happen then. Within the new e-services, I'll explain further. There's the application for permit for shipment alteration of scrap metal, application for scrap metal permit for the shipment of broken machinery direct from the place where stored, application for scrap metal notice of intention to load and fit for shipping certificate. We want to make sure that we have a fully supportive electronic system to support the newly regulated scrap metal industry. And then, of course, there's, as I said, for the Trinidad Tourism Limited, the application for interim approval for a tourism project, application for duty-free permit for a tourism project. I mean, MP, as you would realize, ease of doing business remains important, and therefore this government will continue to do what is necessary to ensure that all of these electronic services, that e-services, are available to our businesses.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, if I just have one more question to close off this line item. Minister, definitely, you know, there is a huge dependency now on this SCW. There's a huge amount of trade data that is going to be inside there. Any part of the 25 million allocation is being channeled towards, you know, the issue around security, cybersecurity, taking into consideration the track record we've had for the last year or so in that area?
Absolutely. I mean, we've modernized the system now. So we have always, TT-BizLink, that is, has always maintained a very robust and multi-layered cybersecurity posture. The platform's infrastructure is protected by various security measures, including antivirus and malware protection, automated vulnerability scans and penetration tests as well, which would simulate a cyber attack. So as part of the transition to the cloud infrastructure, the system also adopted the use of a security information and event management solution, and that would provide a real-time consolidated view of security information across the cloud infrastructure. And that is managed by our cloud provider's Security Operations Center team, which monitors and responds to security incidents. And as of July 2023, the platform was certified by the Trinidad and Tobago Cybersecurity Incident Response Team. The platform undergoes biannual security reassessments by this response team to confirm that the system is protected against new and emerging threats and vulnerabilities.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I do have some other questions in this same section, but if any other colleagues want to move forward, I'll give way.
Okay, thank you. Member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to turn the Minister's attention to line item 042, the implementation. That's on the other page, on page 122, same subheads. 042, implementation of the NAP. I'm assuming that's the National Apprenticeship Program to combat illicit trade. Yes, quite sure.
R042.
042?
R042, you've moved ahead very far this time.
No, it's on the same subheads.
Okay, so...
Right, so my question, Minister. Last year you asked for $1 million on this very important head, but you've only spent $180,000. and now there's no allocation for the implementation of the NAP to combat illicit trade. Minister, why have we gone from 1 million estimate to 0 in 2025 to a negligible amount in 2024? Is it that this program has been abandoned?
Absolutely not abandoned, but we have to move from where we were in 2024, which you would realize throughout the press and social media and so on. There was a public awareness and communication campaign, and that was the cost of that. Now, in fiscal 2025, we are moving to enforcement, and that's more action-oriented, and therefore that will not be a cost to the Ministry of Trade and Industry.
So you've already established, you've already established what your National Apprenticeship Program would have been to combat illicit trade. You have a program in place, and you are now rolling out the implementation. Is that what you're saying?
That we are continuing. We meet very often. This is done in conjunction with the Ministry of National Security and several related agencies, and we are moving ahead. As I said, we have to move to actual enforcement to remove these illicit items from shelves and on the streets and wherever you would find them.
Okay. Balan?
Thank you. Madam Minister, with regards to 032, the development of a steel pan manufacturing sector.
032? Is it?
032.
We had an estimate of 2 million.
Going
we
backwards.
had none spent, and I see that in 25 you're asking for a million. Can the Minister provide an update as to why we had no spend and what is the future of with regards to this particular line item?
Okay. What we've been doing really is the grant fund facility for steel pan manufacturing. We had a special fund for that allocated by Cabinet, but for monies already held by Export TT then, which was for 5 million. That budget remains, and we continue to give grants for steel pan manufacturers, large and small. So that is not allocated. So it's not like we have not been doing anything in 2024. So we did, in fact, grant a number of, we give a number of grants to date out of that fund. 10 steel pan manufacturers and entrepreneurs would have benefited, and we would have spent so far $2.9 million. And so there's still that residual $2.1 million in that particular fund to support that grant fund facility. So that will continue, but that $1 million that you're seeing there now is to ensure we, this is a different fund, and this is doing obviously to the PSIP. What we want to encourage is the further export of the steel pan, so that we have set aside some funding, a small amount, 50,000, for export promotion of steel pan manufacturers at local exhibitions. So let's say you're having TIC 2025, and we would want them exhibited there. It's not going to cost them a lot for a booth or so, but that's what that is for. Then we have put aside another 200,000 for export promotion for steel pan manufacturers at international exhibitions, right? So that will be made available to them to cover trade show registration, booth rental and design and so on. And where there's a need, we would pay for the shipment for the pans and airfare, at least for one small applicant. Then, of course, we want to, there's $50,000 allocated to e-commerce. We will give at least to 2 eligible steel pan manufacturers to cover their annual subscription fees for online marketplaces. We're going to spend $700,000 on this occasion to introduce a steel pan tuners manufacturers apprenticeship program. We know that there will be a gap in terms of the training of tuners and the availability of tuners, a highly specialized skill in the future. And so in partnership with MICIT, we are introducing this program in fiscal 2025 to the extent of $700,000, as I said, to ensure that that critical element, the tuning of pans, is as part of the development of the industry, is in fact catered for. And so it's a very small program, just about 15 tradies, but we will roll that out in this fiscal.
Thank you, Minister. Just a follow-up, Minister, with regards to the 10 organizations or group that you said benefited from the grants, if you could give a commitment that I could get in writing the amount that was assigned to each.
I can give you the names of the 10 steel pan manufacturers and entrepreneurs that have benefited from the $2.9 million now. Khadija Codrington from the Codrington Family Institute, Michael Cooper from Panland Trinidad and Tobago Limited, Juma Jackman from Pan Crafters, Juma Simmons from Perfect Steel, Kyle Noel from Noel Steel Pan Productions, Wayne Guppy from Innovative Steel Pan Instrument Services, Ronald Matthews and Shireen Matthews, RS Sweet Pans Limited, Mr. Federico Gay, Federico Steel Pan Making and Tuning, Mrs. Nadara Mohammed from Chrome Furnishers Limited, and Mr. Leroy Wilson from Pan 2000 and beyond, 2024.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Madam Minister, I know the Finance Minister would have made reference to a pan manufacturing company. Is this line item to cater for the start of that as well?
The pan manufacturing, are you talking about, or chroming? What is it?
He had said
we have existing several large and small. There's a very large one, that Midco, that we know of, but these are all private sector institutions. There's Panland, there are a number of small producers. These are all private sector oriented, and we are prepared to assist them with grant funding for the further establishment and continuation of their businesses.
Noted, Madam Minister. Thank you.
Were you talking about chroming?
He had said a factory, but noted.
Okay.
Member for Miara.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 028, the establishment of the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency. Minister, I recall just a while ago at the other book, there was a $30 million transfer, which I suspect will be for the operationalization of that unit. Now, in this allocation, there is a $12.7 million allocation for the developmental component of what I will refer to as TIPA going forward. And I suspect...
Let's not call it TIPA.
Sorry. So, of the Trade and Investment Promotion Agency.
Yes.
If we are looking at the developmental strategy with the promotion of Trinidad and Tobago to be a destination for non-energy investment, which is what I've read from the PSIP.
Yes.
Will you be able to give us an idea of probably what that strategy is? What if one or two of those areas that this unit is targeting in the non-energy sector, and perhaps if you have given that agency a timeline of delivery in this next fiscal?
Ma'am, again, this is more or less a policy question, which
it's $12.7 million, Madam Chair.
I'll tell you, maybe I could just give the breakdown, but you will listen to the policy in the Senate.
Sure.
And I could just tell you that the breakdown for this is really the operationalization of the agency. If you had asked under the recurrent, that would have been for staff. Right? For staff
Absolutely.
Costs and so on. This is also for the Export Readiness Program. And it's also to include investment promotion initiatives and the establishment, again, of a research and development facility, and also the export development of creative industries. More or less, what we were doing before, a lot of it would be now captured under this one agency. However, of course, there's a value proposition in terms of streamlining and simplifying and allowing better management and monitoring and evaluation and so on. But I will further address this in the Senate.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Minister, just to confirm then, based on what you just described in your answer, that item 001, investment promotion initiatives and development of collateral investment promotion material, for which there's no spend proposed for fiscal 2025, is encapsulated in the trade and investment. Okay, thank you.
So it is for exports and creatives as well.
Thank you very much.
Are support industrial development initiatives Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. B, Bureau of Standards. A, administrative services. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, and this is at page 222. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Q, Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company Limited. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $241,779,300 for Head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $241,779,300 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, the other officers of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, $251,797,500. I will now invite the Minister of Digital Transformation to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We at the Ministry of Digital Transformation are happy to be here to go through what we have, and just to give some background, the Ministry of Digital Transformation comprises its head office, which is at Tower C in the International Waterfront Center. We obviously are here to bring digital technology to the citizens. We have the National Information and Communications Technology Company Limited, IGOV, and of course the independent regulator, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, whom obviously we work closely with. We're currently in the implementation stage of many, if not most, of the initiatives that are presented since the establishment of the ministry in July 12th of 2021. And of course, that is to ensure that we continue to transform the way we live and conduct business, and also in the way in which we govern ourselves. The focus is about connecting people. Digital transformation, as I've said in many occasions, is partly technology, but a lot, almost in the majority, about people. So in this vein, we'll continue to march along on our National Digital Transformation Strategy. We'll continue to go forward with our EID programs and other things, access center programs, TT Wi-Fi coverage, etc. And of course, we'll continue to ramp up some of the offerings we have out of our Developers Hub. Just a word of caution as we interrogate the allocations in the ministry and the budgetary allocations. I must indicate that the level of expenditure is not the only indicator of the quality and quantity of work that we've been delivering as we continue in our path. And a lot of it is due to the resourcefulness of our people, the growing ecosystems of our partners that include
the IDP, the UNDP, CAF, ITU, etc. And we continue to work closely with them who provide us help in policy and advisories and so on. So it's not all about what you see in the allocations and in the spend. For fiscal 2025, we will continue to provide what we do based on the resources that we've been allocated. And certainly we will address all of our desires that we have within the resources to which we have. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $251,797,500 for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $251,797,500 for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 390. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, welcome to your good self and to your technical staff. I'm referring to line item 14, remuneration to members of cabinet-appointed committees. Last year, when you were before the Standing Finance Committee, you would have asked for $250,000, of which you used none. This year, you're proposing a $10,000 spend in fiscal 2025. What transpired? Is it that we had no committees established last year that we propose to have a lesser number this year?
No committees that required remuneration.
So no committees that required remuneration last year, fiscal 24. But what about fiscal 25? You have a 10,000. Is this a nominal sum?
It's a contingency in case we do have a need for it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, National Information and Communication Technology. Item 003, Access Center. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Access Center. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honourable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are at page 571. 0003, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honourable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure, F, Financial Services. Item 005, Multisectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. Member for Princess Town.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Honorable Minister, line item 006, the establishment of the Digital Government Solutions and Services. It's allocated 16 million. The first question I want to ask on this line item, respectfully, has to do with the e-government platforms, whether or not this is a harmonization of all e-government platforms.
This one is not that, member. This has to do, it's actually a new item. This has to do with the payment systems that we're bringing in from the Memorandum of Understanding with India. So that is where this is coming in. This is to revolutionize our payment mechanisms across the country, utilizing the model that is currently in use in India, and this represents the costs associated with that.
Okay. Honorable Minister, based on the answer that you provided, I know this is something that has been rolled out by the government. Can you say whether the 16 million allocation will complete this exercise in this financial year coming?
This is a multi-phase program. There are 3 phases to it. The first phase has already begun. This is to where they're doing all the necessary pieces associated with the feasibility and managing that part. The Memorandum of Understandings have already been signed, and the work that is happening between the parties involved, namely the Central Bank, the TTIFC, the government, all of the financial partners involved are already going ahead. And so we're at the point now of looking to address the infrastructure. There are really 3-part payments to this, but the idea is that this allocation is sufficient to get us to where we need to in this fiscal year, which is to have the pilot completed, the sandbox pieces completed as required by the Central Bank, and then the rollout will be gradual going ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, just a follow-up question. You mentioned that the government of India is providing technical support through a memorandum of understanding on this project. Can you say whether or not it's only technical support they're providing, or whether or not there will be software and technology that they'll be providing as well at a cost to Trinidad and Tobago?
The software is theirs as well. They own the intellectual property for it. And yes, the idea is that it's not just that they are telling us how to do this, they're actually providing the software and the gear to do it as well.
Minister, the cost here, the allocation here of 16 million, does that reflect any sort of partial payments to the government of India?
Well, to the agencies with which the Memorandum of Understanding is signed through the government of India. Again, remember, one of the things I was saying when I did the introduction is that we use these partners that we have to allow us to operate in the most frugal of manners. Because they own the intellectual property for the software, the cost for the software is a lot different than if you were buying it from another entity. So you're paying for support services, you're paying for them to bring their expertise to bring it to bear, but the cost of the software and the hardware and so on is actually quite small.
Minister, one last question on this item. It has to do with, again, a follow-up based on what you've just said. While there's an allocation in the next financial year of 16 million, do you have a projected outcome date in terms of how long you think, in terms of the phases of this program, that there will be full implementation?
That depends a lot on transformation. Requires 4 real main components, right? People, the processes, the technology, and the legislation. All of those things have to happen in harmony for this to work. So there's a lot of communications involved, a lot of marketing involved, testing, validation of take-up and market and so on. So it's not just a matter of how quickly we can install the gear. A lot of it has to do with our ability to roll it out and for people to accept it and use it. So obviously we're going to do that as the year rolls in, but how fast that goes is dependent on how fast the technology is absorbed by the population and utilized by businesses, etc.
Member for Urpuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 01 and 02. Let's treat with 02 first. 02, this is the establishment of a digital economy program. You spent $5 million, $5.8 million in 2023. And last year, you, in your budget presentation and in your presentation to the Standing Finance Committee, you asked for $12 million with a plan going forward, but you only spent $3 million out of that 12. even going forward in 2025, you're proposing an $8 million spend. If you add your revised estimate and your estimate for 2025, you still don't come to the 12 million. So can you advise what you had envisioned to happen in fiscal 2024, which did not materialize, and whether it is that has caused you to push the mass of the rollout into fiscal 2025?
No. So what happened, and in the case of we were dealing with the digital economy, is that I had said, and I continue to say, that the way we're doing this is by harnessing the best resource we have, which is our people, as opposed to a buy and sell approach of purchasing an item and rebuilding it and sending it back out. Plus, there were certain types of technologies that we did not want to get ourselves involved with, which include things like Bitcoin mining, et cetera, et cetera. So what we had to do was to ensure that we were able to build on a solid foundation of human resource. And we had to establish what that resource was. I think that is where the issue really started. We had to know how many people we had within Trinidad and Tobago were willing to, had the aptitude and had the attitude to be able to get into the types of businesses that would grow a digital economy from the human resource itself. The major progress we did with that pertained around the Developers Hub. We now know, since we've started that program about a year ago, we have about 1,200? Well, 1,200 registered people on the Developers Hub who are active developers, among other things. And once they access that, we've been able to evaluate their ability to do the things that are required to grow that sector of the economy. That took a bit of time to make sure that we got them up to speed, certified, and got them to where they needed to be. So that has been done.
So Minister, the question then revolves around implementation, because you would have estimated a program of activities,
yes,
which would have estimated upwards of 12 million, because you would have come to mid-year if you wanted more. And those program of activities did not happen.
Well, again,
and it is because you're saying it's because of the information was not available for the implementation.
No, that is not what I'm saying. Let me say it one more time. That's not what I said. The human resource is the base requirement for what we have to execute. The evaluation of what they were and their capabilities, when we looked at it, required more work. So if you go into the Developers Hub, and it's available for anyone who wants to register to it, you would recognize that there were significant things in there that had led to the development of the people to allow them to be able to execute on what is required, which is effectively to build applications and services for people, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but everywhere else. The intent with this, if you want to have an idea where it goes, this could easily become something else. It can become something else. The other thing about this, of course, the Developers Hub was not the only program that we had under that operation. There were other things that are required to get the economy, that part of the economy going. We had some legislative pieces that we had to address, which were being addressed as well. And some of those things presented hindrances in the way in which the technology would work. Additionally, there is nearshoring going on under that rubric. And nearshoring is something that I know you're well aware of. Yes. The previous speaker would have spoke to you about what they have with that program that they have where you're able to access things for trade from all over. That's built using nearshoring and terms of whatever. So we have programs going on with those. It's just taking a bit more time to get them going. That's why.
So, Minister, would that also be true for line item 001, where you had a $20 million estimate, but a $13.4 million spend?
The Digital Society?
Yes.
Yeah, so Digital Society is multifaceted. And again, the idea behind this is that once we start using different types of technology, the price points for these things change. So this is one of these things where it's not necessarily because you haven't spent all of the allocation means that you have not been able to accomplish the things that you set out to do. What are we trying to do with this? Enhance the digital IQ of the population by means of increasing their ability to utilize technology and understand it and trust in it. Ensuring that we have ubiquitous telecommunications coverage for broadband across everywhere, and we've done that with a lot of projects where that is concerned, or access centers sit within the ability to manage all of that. So all of it is to get as much connectivity as possible, raise the IQ of the people to be able to use it, get things into the different places that we have and allow it to continue to grow. So it's just a matter of how quickly we can roll more things out in the places that they are required.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want some clarity. You provided an explanation to the member for Princestown on line item 006, where, if I heard you correct, you said that this $16 million is primarily for the payment platform that you have been in some conversation with the government of India in terms of a new platform. But if one were to read the PSIP, Minister, this particular project has in the PSIP 3 areas. And I just want to find out if I would have read it wrong, but in the 3 areas in the PSIP, it has identified the development of the EID system. It has identified an interoperability platform for intergovernmental services. And thirdly, it talks about an investment in data center construction using a hybrid cloud. So I just wanted to find out which is it in terms of the $16 million being focused on.
006.
006, yes.
Yeah, but that's not even what we were dealing with before.
The establishment of the government digital solutions for services, 16 million.
Yeah, that is India, but that is not the DC ones. That is under a different heading. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was the response I gave to the member.
No, the response I gave to him was response to the 16 million for under 006.
Under the, excuse me?
Under 006, yes?
006. Yeah, 006 I want. Yeah. Madam Chair, I will refer back to the PSIP and recheck it back.
No one.
So, member for Princestown, you had another question?
Yes. Minister, line item 003, the computerization of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. You would appreciate that there were allocations in the years 2024, and now we are seeing another allocation here in 2025. In light of this being the ministry that is pushing the government's thrust for digital transformation, and we are still in the 3rd year of trying to computerize the Ministry of Digital Transformation. After 3 years, just to get computers in the ministry, can you tell us how far we are with this? Because I was looking at the public sector investment program, and I didn't see anything with respect to this. So if you can give us an idea of 003, after 3 years, how far are we with buying computers for the Ministry of Digital Transformation?
Thank you for the question, member. But one of the things that probably may not be aware of is that in the last fiscal year, the ministry was allocated an additional floor in the towers. And so we had to actually outfit an additional floor to the floor 14 that we had. So the reason why we had to do this is because we actually had to bring in new machines, etc., to be able to accommodate all this stuff. So the entirety of the ministry, with the exception of the people who work in the access centers, are now housed in 2 floors in the center. So floor 13 is what had to be outfitted.
So, Minister, the question is, after 3 years, you envision that this allocation will complete that exercise in the Ministry of Digital Transformation?
The thing about this is that it's ongoing. We alter technology, we change technology, we do things differently. To say you're at the end of it, I mean, you end the cycles. Things have to be changed, they have to be refreshed, 3 years is long in the life of certain computer systems. So while it may complete the initial phase of putting things in and having adequate for the number of staff, we may have to continue to change things from time to time. I think that is reasonable.
Princestown? Yes. F, public buildings. Honorable members, we'll now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We're at page 244. A, administrative services. Honorable members, The question is that the sum of $251,797,500 for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $251,797,500 for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, now stands part of the schedule. I thank you, Mr. Minister. I thank you, Mr. PS, and I thank all the other members here from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Head 38, Environmental Commission. Environmental Commission, $8,529,820. I will now invite the Attorney General to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It is my privilege to appear this afternoon before this committee with regard to the Commission's budgetary allocation for the fiscal year 2025. The Environmental Commission of Trinidad and Tobago was created by the Environmental Management Act and has, under Section 81(5) of the Act, a commission which has the jurisdiction to hear and determine appeals from decisions or actions of the Environmental Management Authority, complaints brought by persons under the Act, and such other matters as may be prescribed by the Act or under any other written laws where jurisdiction in the Commission is specifically provided. Apart from this adjudicative mandate, the Act provides that the Commission shall encourage and promote alternative dispute resolution, being any mechanism for resolving disputes otherwise than by litigation. I hold myself available to answer questions from members of the committee. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,529,820 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $8,529,820 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and draft estimates of development program. We now shall proceed to consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, we're at page 226. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, current transfers and subsidies. Honorable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 88. A, Administrative Services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $8,529,820 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $8,529,820 for Head 38, Environmental Commission, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, AG. Thank you to the Registrar and the other representatives from the Environmental Commission. (05) Parliament. Head 05 Parliament, $147,328,100. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The Parliament is the arm of the state entrusted with the responsibility for making laws and oversight of the government, and generally making some of our lives quite interesting.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $147,328,100 for Head 05 Parliament stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $147,328,100 for Head 05 Parliament is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. We are at page 23. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Head 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Item 003, General Administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Office of the Ombudsman. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 002, Commonwealth bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Honourable members, we will now move to the draft estimates of development program consolidated fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 9. A, administrative services. F, buildings. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $147,328,100 for Head 05, Parliament, stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $147,328,100 for Head 05, Parliament, now stands part of the schedule. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $49,097,035,525 be approved as a grand total. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that the schedule now stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The schedule now stands part of the bill. We shall now proceed to do the bill close by close. Clerk. Yeah. 1 to 3?
clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2024 be now reported to the House. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill shall now be reported to the House. Is now adjourned. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to report that after 5 long days, the landmark bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025 was considered in Standing Finance Committee and passed without amendments. I now beg to move that it be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th of September 2025 be now read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September 2025.
Honourable members, I crave your indulgence to revert to an earlier item of business.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I am compelled to address you on the remarks made by the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, during the 8th sitting of the House of Representatives, held on Thursday, October 10th, 2024. Honourable members, I find it inappropriate for me to repeat what was uttered. Additionally, it is unnecessary for me to do so because the utterances of the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, have been so widely publicized. The reprehensible statements which were directed at the member for Couva North, and the member for Siparia have generated much public opprobrium and have brought the House into odium and disrepute. Honourable members, at the time that the remarks were uttered, the chair was being handed over to me by the Deputy Speaker, and therefore the exchange eluded my attention. Further, it would also appear from the video footage, which was widely circulated, that the utterances were not heard by many persons in the chamber, including the members of the opposition, as there was no contemporaneous outcry or denouncement. The statements were also not captured on the Hansard, but were simply labeled crosstalk. However, like the rest of Trinidad and Tobago, I was deeply troubled by the improprieties uttered during a period when the nation should have been focused on the business before the House. Honourable members, the derogatory comments prompt me to remind this House of the privileges we are afforded as members of Parliament and their commensurate responsibilities. Learning from McGee parliamentary practice in New Zealand explains, and I quote, "Parliament's freedom of speech is an important expression of legislative independence. Without it, the House's ability to facilitate the government's legislative program and scrutinize its executive actions would be subject to legal challenge and control in the courts. The fundamental principle of freedom of speech in debate ensures that these functions are not justiciable, end quote. McGee further elucidates that, and I quote, members have a duty to use privilege of free speech responsibly, and one control mechanism is the prohibition on the use of unparliamentary language. Expressions used in debates may be ruled to be unparliamentary and be required by the Speaker to be withdrawn, end quote. Honorable members, it is abundantly clear that the freedom of speech enjoyed by members is to enable them to discharge their functions. However, it is a privilege which is subject to the standing orders of the House and to the well-established general rules regarding parliamentary debates as developed by the practice and procedure of Parliament. It is not to be abused in a manner that distracts members and the public from the business before the House, or even worse, in a manner that undermines the dignity of the House of Representatives. While it is emphasized that the speech of members cannot be challenged in a court of law, parliamentary privilege is not a license for offensive, insulting, and or unparliamentary language. Therefore, as Speaker, I am not constrained in issuing to any member a reprimand commensurate with the severity of his or her degree of unparliamentary, objectionable, abusive, insultive, or offensive language. Honorable members, while some of our younger citizens may not have been familiar with the meaning of one of the remarks made by the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West, its connotation and meaning have since been explained in the public space. Such crass and distasteful references to other members of this House have no place in this august chamber and have rightly been the subject to public contempt. Honorable members, I exhort us all not to resort to the obscene and the lewd. Insults and disrespect are not synonymous with wit. It will not be tolerated in this chamber by any member. As part of our political culture, I do not object to light banter across the aisle. In fact, it would be naive of me to expect anything less in a parliamentary setting. However, vulgarity can never be considered banter, and rude, unparliamentary language and expletives in particular certainly do not meet the standards expected of each member of this House. The first report on the Joint Committee on Parliamentary Privilege of the United Kingdom warned that, and I quote, "The privilege of freedom of speech in Parliament places a corresponding duty on every member to use this freedom responsibly. The duty is all the greater now that the debates of the two houses may be broadcast live anywhere in the world," end quote. Honorable members, it matters not that the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West was not directly making a contribution. It matters not that those deplorable words were uttered sotto voce, but unwittingly captured by an open microphone. It matters not that the utterances of the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West were not captured by the Hansard. The incontrovertible fact is that those remarks, which may have been intended to be inaudible in certain parts of the chamber, have now been heard across the country as a reflection of the members of this House, and in particular the member for Port of Spain North St. Anne's West. A reflection that diminishes the dignity of this House and in particular the member. The duty to uphold the dignity of this House is a duty which we collectively bear. Therefore, all members, by enforcing the standing orders and holding one another to adherence, are fulfilling that duty. Any member who actively participated in, supported, or passively encouraged such crass discourse has also failed his duty and cannot escape the focus of this reprimand. Thankfully, one neighboring member rose to the highest traditions expected of members of this House by showing his disdain for what he heard. Honorable members, if we are conscious of our roles as leaders in society, we would understand that the remarks were even more damaging given their misogynistic and homophobic character, as well as their criminal insinuations. As a woman, I am naturally led to condemn statements which seek to indecently portray another woman, statements which trivialize criminal activities which exploit women, or statements which impute improper conduct on behalf of other members. Honorable members may recall that it was on this said Thursday that I expressed my condemnation of the use of language which was not reflective of the civility expected of this House. I once again direct members to refrain from misogynistic, homophobic, and disparaging remarks in this House. However, as disappointed as I may be that my initial admonishment may have been muted, I am confident that as we proceed with the business before the House in the coming months, that all members will heed this guidance and strictly observe the standing orders. Honorable members, I have taken note that there is circulating in the public domain a statement akin to an apology attributed to the member of Porterspain North, St. Anne's West. If in fact that statement is that of the member of Porterspain North, St. Anne's West, I am of the view that it does not satisfy that which is required of him to purge himself of his despicable behavior in this House. I rule that the member for Porterspain North, St. Anne's West, at the appropriate time, shall unreservedly withdraw the unparliamentary, offensive, and insulting language which he used, and apologize to this House and its members for not respecting the dignity and the decorum of this House. And I so rule.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 32.2 of the House of Representatives, leave has been granted to the member of Pointe-à-Pied to raise a matter of privilege. Member for Pointe-à-Pied.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Dear Deputy Speaker, I hereby seek your leave under Standing Order 32.2 to raise a matter of privilege in the House of Representatives on Thursday, the 17th of October, 2024, which would be the first available opportunity for me to do so. The matter directly concerns the privileges of the House of Representatives regarding words, statements made during the 2025 budget debate on October the 10th, 2024, by the Member of Parliament for Porterspain North, St. Anne's West, the member, directed to the opposition members of Parliament and specifically to the Member of Parliament for Superior. 1. At the sitting of the House of Representatives on the said 10th of October 2024, after the contribution of the member for Couva North, before the commencement of the Standing Finance Committee, and at the start of the reply of the Minister of Finance, while some members of the opposition were exiting the chamber, the member used words, statements to mean, and which are understood to mean in their natural or ordinary and inferential meaning, that opposition MPs, and specifically the MP for Superior, the current opposition leader, the former Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, were engaged in illegal and or immoral and or unethical conduct in particular acts of prostitution. The member further uttered an expletive. While the words and statements by the member were not or may not have been immediately heard by the House Speaker, they were broadcast live on all of the Parliament's media platforms, namely the Parliament channel, the Parliament radio station, and the Parliament's YouTube channel. There is precedent that while the offending words statements were not immediately heard by the Speaker, on review of the words statements by the Speaker, same can be subject to the provisions of Standing Order 32.2. According to the Erskine Mays on the Law, Privileges, Proceedings and Usage of Parliament 2050 edition, it states, and I quote, "It is therefore impossible to list every act that might be considered to amount to a contempt, as parliamentary privileges is a living concept," end of quote. May further states, quote, and I quote, "Other acts besides words spoken or writings published reflecting upon either House or its proceedings, which through they do not tend directly to obstruct or impede either House in the performance of its functions, yet have a tendency to produce this result indirectly by bringing such House into odium, contempt, or ridicule, or by lowering its authority, may constitute contempt," end of quote. The words and statements aforementioned were used by the member to insult, ridicule, and degrade opposition members of Parliament. The words, statements by the member against the opposition MPs and the opposition leader were vulgar and misogynistic, which from their plain and ordinary meaning and or imputation were sufficient to bring this House into odium, contempt, or ridicule by lowering its authority. The words, statements were offensive and insulting to opposition members of Parliament. Further, the member uttered an expletive word which constitutes obscene language. This patent use of obscene language in the chamber is unparliamentary, which is prohibited and is in breach of the parliamentary privilege and contemptuous. Based on the foregoing, the member has 1. Used obscene language which amount to a contempt of this House. 2. Used offensive and insulting language which amount to a contempt of the House. 3. Brought this House into odium, contempt, or ridicule. In this regard, Deputy Speaker, I request that the Member of Parliament for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, be referred to the Committee of Privileges of the House for consideration and report. In this regard, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I refer this matter for your urgent attention and determination. I thank you.
Honourable members, I hereby reserve my decision on this matter and shall give my ruling later in the sitting.
Personal explanations.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to proffer this personal explanation pursuant to Standing Order 23. Mr. Deputy Speaker, during the budget debate proceedings last Thursday, 10th of October 2024, at a point where there was a change taking place in the chair and the majority of members of the opposition were preparing to exit the chamber, I uttered words sotto voce, which included colloquial terms that were unparliamentary. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take full responsibility for my actions and utterances and would like to record my humblest apology to the House, the members of the House, and to the population whom I represent for my indiscretion and the ensuing disturbance that my words have caused. I assure you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and those that I am privileged to represent that it is never my intention to bring odium to this august House and the Parliament, which I will always do my best to protect. In the circumstances, I withdraw the unparliamentary language, and I ask that my unreserved apology for the said utterances be recorded, and I conclude by reaffirming my commitment to the Parliament and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you.
Honourable members, I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised by the member for Point-a-Pierre earlier in today's sitting. Members, I think we know the clear procedure when the Speaker is on his legs. Honourable members, I am now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised by the member for Point-a-Pierre earlier in today's sitting. I have considered the circumstances surrounding the matters raised before me today, and I have also examined the personal explanation made by the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West earlier in today's proceedings. As we all heard, the member has unreservedly apologized for his behavior and withdrawn his unparliamentary comments. By apologizing, the minister has demonstrated remorse for his comments, reaffirmed his commitment to the values and norms which obtain in this House, and rejected his previous behavior, which fell far beneath what is expected as a member of Parliament. Honourable members, I am sure you will agree with me that it would be beneath the dignity of this House not to accept the apology of the Honourable Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West. I therefore rule that the matter referred to me by the member for Point-a-Pierre does not warrant any further action by this House or its Privileges Committee. I take this opportunity to once again call on all members to uphold the dignity of this House and conduct the nation's business in a manner benefit their station. I so rule. Leader of the House.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, as we are well aware, on Thursday, 31st of October 2024, we will celebrate Diwali, and I will now invite members to bring greetings on the occasion of Diwali. Member for San Fernando West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are between the lunar months of Ashwin and Kartika. And in the land that many of our ancestors have come from, there is a celebration of the agricultural harvest, which has been superseded and now is a celebration of light over darkness, of propriety over impropriety, of wealth, of aspirations. We stand in difficult times in this world. Wars are raging. Death is amongst many societies. We in this Parliament deal with our fair share of difficulties and ugly moments. We pray for a better world. We aspire to be better people from our hearts. We are celebrating the festival of Diwali, Deepa and Avali, two words coming from Sanskrit, one in reference to light and the other one in reference to a sequence or collection of light, or row. In our society, we take the tale from the Ramayana. We look to the return after 14 years of exile
We take cherished heroes and we focus upon their defeat over what is considered to be the personification of evil, Ravan. Our ancestors came here many, many years ago, 1845, 179 years ago, after 72 years of indentured arrival. They came on a vessel called the Fatah al-Razak, the purveyor of wealth or light or prosperity. And it's interesting that an Islamic name fitting to a boat could bring our ancestors here, and that 140,000 of us who are descended, in my case as well, from my mother's side, came here to work and labor to better the economy of this country, albeit then for different masters. Today we are our own masters. Today we make our own destiny. Today we acknowledge that we're not a perfect society, but we aspire to being a better one. Today we acknowledge that we need light more than ever, an ambition to prosperity and purpose more than ever, that we need to be unified more than ever. In fact, according to the learning, Diwali is celebrated in the lunar calendar at around the darkest night. Some may argue that we're going through a very dark period. I like to believe that we're headed towards a brighter one, and that the symbol of Diwali can perhaps be a reminder to us all. Even though we echo and celebrate the Hindu festival of Diwali, it's not lost upon me as a child from different heritage as well, that all of us that came to these shores, be it from Mother Africa, the Middle East, the Far East in China, from Europe, we have all had our fair share of turmoil, but interestingly enough for a similar purpose, to arrive here to contribute to this society. Again, brought here, most of us against our wishes, some in search of a better future, but now all equally under the banner of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. To this Parliament, to honourable members opposite, who I must say, in particular the ladies opposite, demonstrate beautiful attire of our East Indian wear. You look most beautiful, all of you. On behalf of us all in the government, to you members opposite, to you, Madam Speaker, to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, the government celebrates Diwali. We pray for light, we pray for prosperity. I wish all of us, because we all celebrate the festival, a happy and holy Diwali, one filled with family, with reflection, with contribution, and a reaffirming commitment to bringing light over dark. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Superior.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to join in these remarks as we commemorate the very auspicious National Festival of Lights, Diwali, in this esteemed chamber of our democracy. And I do so, Madam, on behalf of all the members on this side of the House. This year, as we celebrate this beautiful, inspiring, holy time, I think it's important that we must never forget the very significant role that the Hindu community has played in helping to build our nation. I think the member for Sanford and West did allude to that as well. That the Hindu community has played in helping to build our country into a place of progress and democracy. Madam Speaker, I recall when I was a child growing up in colonial Trinidad, Diwali was a very private religious observance in Hindu families. But over the decades, we have had the immense privilege of witnessing Diwali now grow into a national celebration embraced by all citizens. Now, Diwali's long and enduring legacy as a national unifying bond is well established. Hindus and non-Hindus alike, privately and publicly, private and public sector agencies have all contributed to its recognition and role in national life through the hosting of a wide variety of cultural and religious events. These have solidified community and national unity to a very significant degree, demonstrating that cultural diversity brings a collective strength that benefits all citizens and, by extension, all humanity. Indeed, Diwali, like many other religious observances, transcends Hinduism, since it embodies not only religious and spiritual values, but also espouses social, philosophical, ethical, and moral principles which are universal. As it relates to Ramayana, Diwali is the epic story, or katha, of Bhagwan, Lord Rama's God-sent defeat of the evil demon King Ravan, who had terrorized nations for decades. The Holy Ramayana consistently develops the theme of being that of unity, derived principally from the life messages enacted by Lord Rama, who manifested as the ideal unifier for the progress and advancement of all people, regardless of their social distinctions. Lord Rama was fair. He was compassionate and even-minded in his treatment of everyone, and this earned him universal trust and respect. The boatman, the little blind devotee, the saints and sages, everyone in general felt a great attachment to and love for Lord Rama, because it was evident that his love was for all and was truly genuine. Lord Rama accepted gifts of fruits in humble leaf cups from the poorest people, just as he did with the more elaborate gifts from the powerful saints, and he inculcated a feeling of joy in the heart of every person he met. This reminds us of the necessity of building a cohesive society by including every sector and valuing the efforts of every person regardless of background. Unity, the Ramayana teaches us, can only be sustained when justice is upheld, and this is the most meaningful message in our society today. And Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Diwali, we recall that we are celebrating and worshipping Mother Lakshmi, who is the female aspect of God. And we're doing so at a time when we worship and celebrate our universal mother. And therefore we cannot be hypocritical and attack her in her manifestations, whether it is daughters, wives, and mothers. There's not a time to be attacked. And yet we say we seek to celebrate Mother Lakshmi. Let us remember then that the Ramayana shows us the power that unity achieves under a noble and selfless leader. Society can only be safe and secure when leaders ensure that all citizens are protected from evildoers. Leaders must have the ability and fortitude to robustly repel evil in all forms and with immense conviction and power and genuine service to people. Lord Ram established the principle that righteousness can only exist if all persons unite in the struggle to safeguard goodness and godliness in our society. This requires the combined efforts of everyone to combat degradation, decay, and death. Indeed, it was when all the good people acted in unison with Lord Ram that the evil Ravan was destroyed and the rule of justice and advancement prevailed. This inspiring story of Diwali is applicable to all places and periods in history, especially here in Trinidad and Tobago, because it represents the triumph of good over evil, knowledge over ignorance, and prosperity over poverty. Essentially, at the spiritual center, Diwali is a reminder that ultimately we are spiritual beings who are all capable of embodying the noblest qualities, values, and behaviors in our everyday life. The light of Diwali encourages us to light up our own lives by cultivating a selfless disposition. A light never discriminates. It gives its brightness to all that are in its ambit. So too, we must discover ways to be a light in society. Ultimately, Diwali reinforces that as a people and country, we will always face destructive forces which threaten our stability and progress. However, once we commit individually and collectively to embody the light of goodness, we the people will always triumph in the end. May this sacred, beloved national festival of lights be the harbinger of joy and prosperity to all, and add new hope, confidence, and courage in our hearts. And again, on behalf of the MPs on this side and the great UNC party I lead and my family, I extend my most sincere Diwali greetings to you, Madam Speaker, the members of this Honourable House, and the staff of the Parliament, all your families and loved ones, and the wider population of Trinidad and Tobago. May the Divine Mother, Mother Lakshmi's richest blessings, be showered abundantly on you and yours, and may you always continue to prosper in the light of the divine. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Shubh Diwali. Shubh Diwali all.
Honorable members, I join with fellow members in extending greetings to the Hindu community and indeed to the entire nation as we commemorate Diwali, the Festival of Lights. Diwali, as we all know, is a special time for Hindus all over the world. It was brought to our shores by Indian indentured laborers and has become an intrinsic element in the socio-cultural fabric of our society. It is observed by devotees through fasting, the cleaning of homes and surrounding areas, charity to the less fortunate, and the lighting of diyas, which represent the victory of good over evil and light over darkness. Honorable members, I would like to use this opportunity to call not only on our members of Parliament, but the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago to embrace the spirit of this festival by taking a deep introspection and reflection on the state of our society and our personal lives. Let us use this time to let go of all grievances and renew our minds, our hearts, and our inner light. In the words of one of our national songs, God bless our nation, may we possess that common love that binds and makes us one. Let it be known around the world that we can boast of unity and take a pride in our liberty. As we celebrate, let us be a light in our workplaces, in our communities, and in our villages. And remember that we can overcome all obstacles together and prove the belief that light will always triumph over darkness. Honorable members, before I close, I wish to draw your attention to Standing Order 53-1M, which states, a member present in this House during the debate shall wear business attire. Honorable members, it is well known that our practice over the years has been to allow, even embrace, members wearing appropriate cultural garments based on the observance of various cultural traditions. However, that does not override the standing orders. Honorable members are to be guided by the standing orders and be more circumspect in our dress. And as beautiful as many members look in their cultural garments, and I'll have to say to include the men, handsome, I must as Speaker point out that in the case of one member, that wear is not in accordance with Standing Order 53-1. On behalf of the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, and on behalf of my family, and on my own behalf, Shubh Diwali to all. Honorable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.